Running public comments. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're now in open session. I'm going to call the meeting to order after closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of Temecula Valley Unified School District of Education on Board of Education on July 18, 2023 at 6:50 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 5 o'clock. Attendance, we have the governing board, Mrs. Allison Barclay, Mr. Danny Gonzalez, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Jen Wiersma, secretary to the board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, interim superintendent, Ms. Nicole Lash. Can we turn that off, please? Thank you. Ms. Nicole Lash, assistant superintendent, business support services, Mr. Frank Arce, assistant superintendent, human resources development, Ms. Nicole Deas, interim assistant superintendent, educational support services. And finally, Mrs. Lene Anasebar, executive assistant to the superintendent. If we can all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you got headgear off or on, please take it off. Hand over the heart. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you. Oh. So we took no action in closed session. So now we're going to skip recognitions. We don't have that. Okay. Now we're on to public comments, and I will read this. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting, and they are given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total time of 30 minutes, unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or on any item that has not been placed on public agenda or published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comments provide members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, or other conduct during public comment that does or is likely to disrupt the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. And let me remind the audience, last session, somebody had a bit of hate speech toward a board member. And I'll just get you familiar real fast on my yellow card, red card. A yellow card is a warning. A red card, you're out. You got hate speech. It violates First Amendment right. You have a First Amendment right, but if you have hate speech and you direct it to a board member, you're out. You're out of the audience. Okay. If it's in a different language and I find out 15 minutes later you had hate speech in a different language, I'm going to give you a red card. You're out. Similarly, conduct by audience members that does or is likely to disrupt public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting for proceeding is prohibited. Finally, pursuant to Education Code 7054, the public comment process should not be used to show support or opposition to any ballot measure or candidate for election, including candidates for election to this board. That being said, I value your participation here, being an audience member. I don't want to have to clear the audience. Please don't make me do it. If we can't conduct business, I'm going to clear it. I got a trigger finger that almost went off during the last open session during the board workshop. We got to be able to hear the board members talk. This is our meeting as a board, not yours. Thank you for attending. Here we go. We have, what is it, 38? Okay, we have 41 comments in public, in this public session. How many do we have on the agenda items? So we'll have other comments dispersed through the other action items, but now I'll hand it over to the board. 41. What do you think? Okay, hear them all.
I would say hear them all as well. They've been out in the heat, and I know a lot of people have a lot to say, so that's where I'm at.
We got 2 hear them alls. At what time frame? 2 minutes apiece, 3 minutes apiece? What?
I would say hear them all at, well,
I say 3.
if we want to do 3, that's fine. But, you know, we can encourage, if you have had your opinion already voiced, you could say, I concur with someone else. You don't have to take your full 3 minutes. It's just a long night for everyone. We want to hear everyone, but that's an option.
Okay, we have consensus to hear them all, 3 minutes apiece. I agree with Mrs. Barclay. If you think your comment's going to be repeated by somebody else and somebody else wants to bow out, we're all for it to save time for the board. First speaker up.
Christy McClure, followed by Gia Ruida.
Second microphone for.
That's illegal.
I'll just.
They let him do it all the time.
It's okay. 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 Why is it on? Already. Sorry, I was just wondering. Okay. Since we keep hearing about pedophiles and pornography at these meetings, on your social media accounts and in public appearances, let's dig into this with some facts and definitions. I'll start with pedophiles. Pedophilia is a psychiatric condition that has existed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or the DSM, since 1968. It's one of the paraphilias and is defined by ongoing sexual attraction to prepubescent children that may or may not be acted on. Child molestation or child sexual abuse are terms used to describe actual sexual contact between an adult and someone who has not reached the age of legal consent. Not all child molesters are pedophiles, and not all pedophiles act on their thoughts and molest. About 90% of child sexual abuse victims know their abuser. 60% of abusers are people the family trust, and 30% of abusers are actual family members. Males can be victims too, but females are more common. 1 in 4 females and 1 in 6 males experience some form of sexual abuse prior to the age of 18. Grooming is defined as manipulative behaviors that the abuser uses to gain access to a potential victim, coerce them to agree to the abuse, and reduce the risk of being caught. It is a tool used by those who sexually abuse kids. There is no link between homosexuality and child sexual abuse. In fact, the opposite is true. The vast majority of sexual abuse perpetrators are heterosexual, even when the child abuse victim is the same sex as the perpetrator. Homosexuality is not aberrant sexual behavior. It is not listed in the DSM-5, which is the current edition, not even the DSM-4 or 3. It was removed as a psychiatric condition in 1973. Homosexuality and same-sex marriage are legal, and children in this district have same-sex parents. It is similar to interracial marriage. That used to be illegal, and now it is not. Please stop perpetuating myths and labeling people as pedophiles when they are not. If Harvey Milk had sex with someone under the age of 18, that meets today's definition of child sexual abuse. However, so did Thomas Jefferson, who did so without consent, therefore meeting the definition of rape. Where is your outrage there, Joe and Danny? You label Harvey Milk as a pedophile, yet you closed the last meeting by quoting Thomas Jefferson, the child rapist. They are both historical figures.
30 seconds.
They've contributed to our history, and they are covered in history books, age appropriately. Joe, you said about Harvey Milk, why even mention a pedophile? So should we remove Jefferson too? No. The separate motion to approve the TCI curriculum, the discussion about removing the supplemental materials, is for one reason and one reason only. You are voting based on your personal religious beliefs about homosexuality as wrong, and is in the same category as pedophilia. Your beliefs are your beliefs, that's fine, but you can't vote that way.
Gia Rudia, followed by Rudy Kraus.
Hi. Okay. I am a retired police sergeant. I was a supervisor in charge of a sex registration and enforcement unit. I have arrested real pedophiles and real sexual predators. Not to be confused with people mislabeled as groomers over political differences. Please note, there's a huge difference between it. Dr. Komrosky, your little story time at the end of the last board meeting was intellectually lazy. It was disingenuous to read inflammatory excerpts from books out of context, which is indefensible coming from someone with a PhD. Book banning lacks critical thinking. The book Push by Sapphire was written in the broken words of the protagonist that gives a brutal voice to survivorship and resiliency reflecting her life. If children are young enough to be abused, they're old enough to learn about sexual abuse. Books like Push provide validation to victims and can give victims help to identify abuse and to tell a trusted adult. They can help others identify the sinister reason behind a student's precocious vocabulary, their bizarre behavior, or their failure to thrive. They help identify indicators of abuse, and they can be the catalyst for intervention. Book banning takes away voices, takes away validation, and reinforces the culture of ignoring crime. Since my children were 5 years old, they learned the proper words for genitalia. They knew how to speak out loud if someone touched them in a way that made them feel uncomfortable. And I am not out of my mind, your words, because I had those conversations with my kids. I understand the ugly underbelly of sexual assault, probably better than most of you. And it doesn't make me evil, your word again, to teach my children about it. It is better to learn about sexual assault from books instead of living it. And one final point. My kids knew what gay was ever since as long as I can remember. It was a very easy conversation. It didn't involve sex or genitalia. It was as simple as some people have a mom and a dad, some people have 2 moms, and some people have 2 dads. That's it. You don't have to make this an ugly sexual thing that it's not. So please knock it off and understand that there is a big difference between groomers and sexual predators. And stop banning books. That's lazy and it's embarrassing.
Rudy Kraus, followed by Melanie Buzar.
Can I ask the question if the feed's up? Because I'm getting mixed response on that. If it is it on?
Mr. Romero is working on it right now. It's going up and down. But Mr. Romero, can you confirm that typically it is recording? It is being recorded, yes. Thank you.
Rudy Kraus, followed by Melanie Buzar.
I have to set my phone right now and record it because I'm preparing this for the World Health Organization, for Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum, for the CDC. You can laugh, but while you guys were all talking about, oh, I'm sorry. While they were all talking about pronouns and gender benderism, I was solving COVID. I solved COVID. I was here last year. It's a COVID gain of oxygen function. It was a gain of oxygen function. They aerobicized the virus. It's anaerobic. It lives without oxygen. They aerobicized the virus so it could live longer in our oxygen-rich human environment. That's all they did. They just ionized the oxygen molecule on the coronavirus. This is really important because what that did was it enabled the virus to grow into its parasite state, its hard body parasite state. Then they ground up that parasite, and then they shot that into all of the vaccinated. And that's what you guys have right now. Ignorance. She's a useless thinker. These people are useless thinkers. I informed Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum. It's not the useless eaters. It's not the useless people like Harari calls them. It's the useless thinkers. These are people that think they're thinking, but their thinking is stinking. They're in positions of authority in government and institution. They get the answers wrong over and over again. You guys happen to be the enablers. In the foreword of my book, Vax Transhuman Chimera, I talk about the people that did all this for the deconstruction of the United States. It's the U.S. education system, the teachers and the boards of education. They are the enablers. You guys did it to the kids. You guys masked the kids. You guys vaxxed the kids. When you masked the kids, what you did was you fed the anaerobic parasite, the anaerobic virus parasite. You made it grow. There's the parasite. Now, how does that fit in right now to what's going on with all the transers? Well, the transers, this is the transhumanist movement from Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum with Harari, his eugenicist. What's their goal? To transhumanize everyone. And guess what? They already did it. All the vaccinated are transers. It's not the gender benders, not these kid gender benders. It's right in the DNA. When you open the door to your DNA with the CRISPR gene technology, you allowed the virusite, the virus parasite, into your DNA, the coronavirus parasite. You bonded with it. You crossed the species barrier. That's what makes a chimera. That's when you have one species of life mixed with another species of life, like a humanized pig, a humanized goat. You are a humanized virus parasite chimera. And that's who the transers are.
Thank
All
you.
vaxxers
Sir,
are
done.
transers. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a lot of people were caught in the
Melanie
gay
Buzar.
tricks.
Sir, you're done.
The
Thank
gay
you.
Melanie
You're done.
Buzar, followed by Chris Lindberg.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, let's be respectful of the next speaker. Thank you.
Wanted to talk about the end of the last meeting we had. Since the last school board meeting, we had a great book club. I invited everybody. We didn't have no shows from the board, but we had some other. We want to talk about PUSH. This is the email that I sent. Dr. Kromsky, what I found most troubling, and this is the quote, you said, "Let me just tell all you parents in the audience," that would be me in the audience. When you want diversity and you want critical thinking, do you want your children to accidentally get a hold of the book Push and The Bluest Eyes? Then you said, I shook my head at you. You said, are you out of your mind? I want to emphasize you are the school board president who is supposed to be advocating for parental rights, but the parents in the audience who dissented with you, you asked us, are you out of your mind? He was trying to persuade the audience to agree with him while he wasn't respecting or acknowledging the rights of parents who have different views and different choices for their children. You used a rhetorical question and an emotional appeal to manipulate the audience rather than providing logical and factual evidence to support your claim. You acted as a dictator and a censor, not as somebody who was representing the community of Temecula. Books like this are valuable and important for our students. They deal with difficult topics such as abuse, rape, racism, poverty, some that our students actually face here in the city. These books are not just pieces of fiction, they're lifelines for the most vulnerable and marginalized students in the Temecula School District. And I think that we should value and support this, not condemn or censor it. And I didn't think I'd have enough time. 20 years ago, I worked at a rape crisis center in Pomona, California. I went on 100 calls to the hospital, dozens of calls to police stations, to courts. I spoke to 1,000 women on the phone. One that stuck out to me was I went to a school to talk about what was consent, and a pregnant 17-year-old girl came up to me afterward, after I got all the teen questions out of the way, and she starts asking me about touching, and good touching, and no, and consent, and when I started to talk to her about it she said, and even if it's my uncle, because at 17, she didn't know better, and a book like Push would have told her the difference.
Chris Lindbergh, followed by Skylar Temple.
Good evening. I have 2 items I'd like to comment on this evening. One is I would like to encourage you to approve the 1st through 5th grade. Sorry? Oh, okay, sorry, okay. So I start again? Okay, all right. I would like to encourage you to approve the 1st through 5th grade TCI curriculum along with the social studies weekly curriculum for kindergarten, using lack of parental involvement in the process as a reason not to approve it puts an unrealistic expectation on the parents who are not required to do it, and so they have the choice whether to do it. Parents were given the opportunity, they were encouraged in many different ways to participate in giving information back about the curriculum that was being used, and they chose not to do it, and they can't be forced to do it. So this is not a good enough reason to say that we can't approve it here at a school board meeting. And if you have a different plan on somehow trying to get more involvement, I think our school district would appreciate that, because I think they've tried in so many ways to reach out and do that. The other thing I wanted to comment on was the new administration position that was listed in the agenda, talking about spending more of the district money for a public information coordinator. We already have extremely talented staff, specifically Mrs. Mueller and Mr. Evans, working for the district in this capacity. They produce positive, professional, quality videos and press releases for the district. They put out terrific newsletters highlighting the amazing things that happen in TVUSD. But a bigger concern than just the money that would go into this position is that if the board is trying to hire someone to give the community and the media only the majority school board view on different things that are happening in our district, I'm worried that this would turn into more divisiveness within our community. This sounds sort of like when the board decided to hire their own legal expert. I ask you to remove this item as unnecessary. Thank you.
Skylar Temple, followed by Jim Nedeker.
Just wanted to take a moment to get a good look at all 5 of you here today. I'm a 25-year resident of this district. I was born and raised here, graduated from these K-12 public schools. I believe in our public school system. I believe in those of you that are fighting to make sure that this school district remains high in academic excellence and a beacon for our community and in our state. Those of you that, however, are not doing that, you know who you are. You won't look at me. You won't even bother to even glance up at your phone when I'm looking right at you as I'm saying these words to you now. It's incredible. It really is. Because he's someone who I've had excellent conversations with, who I believed could be a good representative on this school board. I gave each and every one of you new school board members the benefit of the doubt when we first started. I said, maybe it was all rhetoric. Maybe they really do have good intentions with coming to the school board. But time and time again, since taking office in December, I've learned we can't trust a damn word you say. I've learned that every single time that you've opened your mouth, it's been a lie. We're not going to fire the superintendent. Why would we? He lied through his teeth. Why would we implement a curriculum that is advantageous for our students to learn, that our students love? The only example that I can even draw on for not adopting this is that simply you don't like the types of people it talks about. That at the end of the day, you want your worldview to be the defined worldview of our community. We are a diverse community, full of every walk of life, nationality, and sexuality in this city. For you to believe in only representing those who voted for you, that's not governing. That's not how we've operated as a community. That's not the Temecula way. And the 3 of you have shown that you don't respect what Temecula has done to ensure high-quality education by firing a 25-year veteran of this district, by making sure that I'm questioning if this is the district I want to raise my future kids in. I'm 25 years old. I shouldn't have to be here. I should be living my life as a 20-something, yet here I am fighting.
30 seconds.
Because you won't. Because you have spent day after day over these last several months making life hell for our educators and our students who have done nothing but want to learn. I ask that you all do the right thing, resign, because the recall is coming. And it's not a ballot measure yet, so I'm allowed to talk about it. And I'll tell you right now, here's your pink slip. Take it now or leave it.
Jim Nideker, followed by Greg Langworthy.
The COVID pandemic was evil and harmful, but it had one benefit. It revealed our kids were being subjected to inappropriate lessons. Parents do not agree with content that includes sexual content at very early ages. And we saw from the earlier meeting, there's a lot of discussion around what content should be in what grade levels. There's a lot of different views. Well, the parents asked the teachers to change what they saw, and the parents were ignored. Parents went to the school administrators and asked for a change. They were ignored. Their parents went to the school board and asked for change, and they were told no. So the parents went to the ballot box and elected 3 new school board members. And now here we are with people in our community upset because the new board members are enacting the reforms they were elected to implement. The new board members are not the problem. The problem is we don't agree on how to get the right content in the right place, in the right format, and teach it in the right way. So what we have now is teachers and administrators and others saying, these are our kids, we know what's best. Well, the parents responded. They said, these are not your kids, they're ours. We don't agree with the content. You're not listening to us, and so we got new leadership. In the 2022 election, Board Member Gonzalez received 14% more votes than his opponent. Board Member Wiersma received 34% more votes than her opponent, and Board Member Komrosky received 30% more votes than his opponent. These are significant margins of victory. So the problem is not the new board members. The problem is that those that wish to recall the board members or go back to the old ways are in the minority. We need to focus on the content and what content is appropriate at what age and how to present it. I believe we can find solutions even though we all have different views. I heard some real good suggestions in the earlier meeting that I'm very encouraged with. So thank you to the new board members for your hard work and your commitment to make the desired changes. The work is very challenging. I applaud you for stepping up. This is really a big deal. I'm confident the whole board, however, can find common solutions that will be beneficial to the teachers, the students, and the parents. We can get this done. Thank you.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Jenny Sharp.
So I'm going to make this short. I just want to emphasize again, I think you guys are doing your job. The job of the board is oversight. You guys are doing oversight. Oversight's not fun. Oversight, you have to endure a lot of criticism. You have to have difficult discussions. But at the end of the day, that's what you're elected to do a tough job. So last meeting, you're developing a process and a standard for evaluating curriculum. And there's a verse that says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. And that's a challenge. A curriculum is like a race course. So you're developing a course for the kids to go through, so at the end of the day, they're going to be upstanding citizens in the community, which is what we all want. So in order to provide oversight, you need to know what the content is, what's being taught in the textbooks, what's being taught in the classrooms. And what I am so encouraged by, this is hard work. You got to read textbooks. You got to ask questions. You can't provide oversight unless you can see. And that's what Danny did in this last, he's done his homework. So you got to give him credit for doing his homework. And then also, you guys are, I believe you're doing a good job discussing. You're discussing difficult topics in a civil manner, and that's a good example for the community. That's a good example for students, so I commend you for that. So at the end of the day, at the end of this process, I think you're going to end up developing a curriculum that's positive for the students and parents of Temecula, and that's exactly what you were hired to do. So thank you for the job you're doing.
Jenny Sharp, followed by Jennifer Bach. Jenny Sharp, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Me now? All right. Before you start, I would really like to remove this. I'm going to take this off. All right. All right. Good evening. I am an actual TVUSD parent and an actual TVUSD teacher. Good governance. What does that look like? What does that mean? Oftentimes, concepts are understood by non-examples. In fact, many teachers use this technique in the classroom. So let's look at some recent examples, non-examples of good governance. Once again, outside agitators have been invited to this meeting by Jen on her supposed personal Instagram page where she continuously discusses board and district business. Inviting chaos and disruption in outside groups such as the Proud Boys, a violent extremist group, into our community is not good governance. Also, breaking campaign promises is not good governance. You all ran on parent voice, yet you consistently and continuously ignore actual local parents, students, and teachers. And then, Jen, you give voice to a mom from Glendale? Really? Can't you even get local parents to speak with you? Once again, all you do is look for mouthpieces to spew your own beliefs back at you. Next, Danny. You want to look at me? All right, that's cool. Next, Danny, very respectful. Once again, it is clear that you are a homophobe. Not only do you persistently conflate, are you going to gavel them? They're interrupting me. Do you, no, facts are facts. That is not, excuse me? I didn't say it twice. Where's my yellow card? Excuse me, where's my yellow card? Where's my yellow card? You said I would get a warning. He said I would get a warning. You said I.
Please assist her out. If the audience continues, that's your yellow card for you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by
Joe,
Lisa Balka.
Just point of order, Joe. What's the, I think you need to further define when you're going to
We're
kick
going to
people
conduct
out.
this board meeting without name calling, racism, derogatory remarks to the board members like that was just occurred, and that's it. She's gone. That's it. That's it. You got a yellow card. You want one?
Well,
Try me. We're moving on. We
I
can
object
discuss
to
this
that.
later.
Just on the record, I object to that.
I can object. Thank you.
Is this on now? My name is Jen Bach. I am a Temecula community member and a parent of 2 children in the Temecula Valley School District. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to and consider our concerns this evening. I would like to believe that we are all here because we have a shared goal of advocating for what is right and best for our children according to the values we deeply believe in, and that we can find common ground to work together towards a common goal. But to do so takes understanding, empathy, and cooperation. I would like to try to ask everyone to try to imagine the views from an opposing perspective. It is vital that we take the time to consider that our opposing beliefs are rooted in good, so we can take steps towards solutions that allow for positive, beneficial, responsible ways forward for all. On one side, I see a group who feels a powerful connection and a conviction to support God and their values and laws from their religious views. These beliefs are rooted in an honorable desire to take action in support of something greater than themselves in the hope and belief that it is for the greater good. On the other side, I see a group who want to advocate for a comprehensive and inclusive education and to advocate for minority populations who do not have the same privilege, opportunities, and resources as everyone else. Both groups can likely agree that learning environments and content should be age appropriate and follow the standards and the laws applied to schools. I think we can agree that a parent should be able to advocate for their children in ways that allows their children to be supported for who they are and what values they hold. We can find solutions that allow for freedom of religion and freedom from religion and the ability to support each other's values without needing to agree with them or eliminating topics or resources that are essential for their learning, how to maneuver through difficult topics and subjects. Let us set an example for our children on how to advocate for our values while respecting the rights and values of all. Let us move forward to create an environment that prevents inappropriate behavior and discrimination, allows for parents to address their concerns while not causing unnecessary financial or legal burdens on the district or restricting the broad educational experience they will need to navigate this very diverse world. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is an idol of mine and an advocate for women's rights, and she worked very diligently in her entire life to work towards that. And she's quoted as saying, fight for the things that you believe in. The rest of that quote is not often quoted, and it says, do it in a way that people will follow you. And that's what I asked today. Thank you.
Lisa Balka, followed by Steve Campos. Lisa Balka, followed by Steve Campos.
Okay, we're ready? Okay.
All right. In the face of the disparaging rhetoric and unwarranted demonization that's targeted classroom teachers in these recent months, I'm here to set the record straight. It's time to shatter these disgraceful myths posited by a few vocal, hateful individuals supported by certain board members that sit before us right now. As we approach the dawn of a school year, I feel hopeful and excited. And I want to tell you a little bit about every one of us teachers and how we have our unique tale of how we found our calling. As for me, my destiny was etched in chalk from the moment I stepped foot in a classroom. I'd rush home after school and transform into the inspirational figures who touched my heart and believed in me day in and day out. Their unwavering support and care and encouragement ignited a fire in my young soul, and I knew one day I would be that special person. I was going to be a teacher, guiding my students with the same love that shaped me. Oh, our teachers, how they hold a special place in our hearts. We can clearly see that teachers are more than mere instructors. They build the foundation for our dreams. They champion our growth. They build compassionate human beings. I imagine each one of you holds a special memory for a teacher who inspired your own journey. Sadly, those aforementioned certain individuals have sought to divide us as parents and as teachers, aiming to create discord where unity should prevail. Yet we remain strong, and we remain undeterred and unwavering. Why? Because we love our students. So let us fill this room with truth and dispel these lies. Our schools boast of award-winning achievements, and our devoted teachers have played a vital role in this success. So board members, I want to check with you to see where your heart is, if it's in the right place, because we are all counting on you. All students, all teachers, and all parents. Why are you here? Do you have the dedication and compassion and commitment of a teacher? Are you truly committed to the growth of each and every child, celebrating their individual uniqueness and beauty? Are you prepared to educate the whole being of a child without your theocratic agenda? Would you be willing to spend your own money to make sure students are well equipped with supplies in a classroom, including snacks, because they are hungry? Would you commit yourself to professional development coming out of your own pocket? Are you willing to listen to all students? And are you willing to put your life on the line in case there's a mass shooter? So again, why are you here? I know exactly why teachers are. And the truth is, we've been here all along, and we will continue to stay here. We are teachers. We adore our students. Your children, we yearn for the success of all of them. Parents, let's unite together. And parents, thank you.
Steve Campos, followed by Ron Prentice.
Just know I won't scream and yell at you. I want to start.
Let's listen. Everybody quiet down. Let's listen for the speaker. Thank you.
I want to start with a few points of information that some in the audience are trying to erase. The first being that our country was and is based on Judeo-Christian values and principles. Secondly, that we are a constitutional republic and not a democracy. Finally, our three branches of government are taken from Isaiah 33:22. It states, "For the Lord is our judge," that's the judicial branch. "The Lord is our lawgiver," it's the legislative branch. "The Lord is our king," the executive branch. Now for our students, never forget that you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Switching gears now, at a recent board meeting, a father described Trustee Gonzalez as a coconut for, I guess, not speaking Spanish. My understanding is that when someone describes someone else as a coconut, what they are saying is that person is brown on the inside, or I'm sorry, brown on the outside and white on the inside. That statement is a racist statement. That should be of great concern to everybody in the community, especially since he is the parliamentarian of Vail Ranch Middle School's PTSA. I believe that a clarification for that comment should be explained because I don't even know what it means. My children are mixed, so are they coconuts because they don't speak Spanish, but I do? I hope that as leaders of our school district, we are not okay with someone who views and judges people with a racial lens. Be allowed to be a part of any TVUSD leadership group. The right thing would be for him to step down, but if not, that he be removed by TVUSD leadership. Thank you very much, board members, for all that you guys do. I know that your role is difficult. It's one of those that you sit up here every week, every month, and you take it in from everybody from all angles. But I can tell you now that you have more support than you'll ever know. And if things continue the way they are, we'll have 2 more in 24. And those seats, and I want you to understand something. I've been a teacher, I've been involved in union leadership, and I speak as an individual. I've been in union leadership, I've been involved in a lot of things for a long time. And it has been over a decade that we've finally come to this point where we're starting to deal with the issues that we've had from within, internally, and externally.
30 seconds.
But I'm hopeful because the way that you guys have come in and taken charge has been a blessing to many. There are those teachers who don't have the courage, or maybe not the courage, but don't want to be here because they're afraid of the assault that they're going to get from their colleagues. That's what happens on the playground with children. It's unacceptable. And that has always been sponsored by our leadership here. Thank you very much.
Ron Prentice, followed by Tim Thompson.
What was the names again, please?
Ron Prentice, followed by Tim Thompson.
I wanted to start out talking about what happened at the special board meeting at 3. It seems like Board Member Gonzalez was very distressed regarding the mention of Harvey Milk and the TCI curriculum. Milk had a profound impact on the promotion of gay rights in America, and that's a fact. But stating that fact in a history class is not the same as promoting or elevating his lifestyle. Jefferson, Washington owned slaves. They were flawed in many ways, but I think we all embrace their values that were articulated in our founding documents. No person is perfect, and we honor our historical figures not for the good they did, but not for their discretions. But this kind of leads me to my other comments. I hope the 3 board members are happy with the spectacle and chaos that they've caused. That's Gonzalez, Wiersman, Kromgrosky. I realize that, the parents that elected you all wanted to have a say in input into how their children are educated. And they do through various means. I mean, there's parent-teacher conferences, there's these forums here that we have, that kind of thing. However, I think the input should not include incursions into pedagogical methods where they have little expertise. I mean, I like to have some input into my heart disease, but I don't tell my cardiologist how to do his job. Please allow our educators to do theirs. Thank you.
Tim Thompson. Tim Thompson, followed by Slim Killen.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to join in your meeting and let our voices be heard. For those that don't know, I'm Tim Thompson. I'm a pastor here in this valley, a spiritual leader, have been for 20 years, and I have hundreds of children in my children's ministry that attend the Temecula School District, and so I want to be a voice for them. I have hundreds of parents who have kids in this district. I want to be a voice for them. We saw our voice very loud and clear when you guys were elected, you 3, as the left seems to refer to you as the 3. Well, the 3 were overwhelmingly elected. And you 3 have looked out for the best interest of parents and children here in our district. And then what we saw this last week was our governor step up and say, I don't care what the parents in Temecula Valley want. The governor's office said in a news release that California will secure textbooks for students in Temecula if the local school board fails to take action at its next school board meeting, and the state will enact legislation to impose fines on any school district that fails to provide adequate instructional materials. So what we're hearing from our governor is, I don't care what the local people want. I'm going to step in and do what I want. That is called tyranny. Governor Newsom went on to say, cancel culture has gone too far in Temecula. Radicalized zealots on the school board rejected a textbook used by hundreds of thousands of students, and now children will begin the school year without the tools they need to learn. I really don't care what hundreds of thousands of students are learning elsewhere. What I care about is what's happening in my community. That's what matters to me. And that's what should matter to all of you. Then what happened is board member Stephen Schwartz responded to what Gavin Newsom said. He said, the governor is acting in the best interest of our students. Well, Mr. Schwartz, let me tell you this. What we hear from you is you're good with him stepping in and overruling our local control, which tells me you are probably a communist.
Order. Order.
Slim Killen, followed by Lou Uradell.
There's no doubt in my mind that those who have transgender and gay family members, friends, and co-workers sincerely believe by affirming their lifestyle demonstrates love. Truth without love is a travesty, but love without truth is a lie. Boys cannot be girls. Girls cannot be boys. Men do not get pregnant. An unborn child inside or outside the womb should be attracted instead of being ripped limb by limb from their tiny bodies by Planned Deathhood and the Democrat Party. Now you're justifying the sexual perversion of young children. Governor Gavin Newsom, Pharaoh of California, wants to spend $1.6 million on textbooks in Temecula to facilitate the deviant sexual behavior of Harvey Milk. Why? Because children must learn gay pride. If Gavin Newsom cares so much about our children, when was the last time he changed one of our babies' diapers at 2 o'clock in the morning? Took one of our sick children to the local hospital? Took our children to local libraries to do story hour? Never. Because that's not the responsibility of the woke Pharaoh of California. Parental rights come from God, not men. Will Gavin Newsom spend $1.6 million on Judeo-Christian textbooks, an integral part of American history? Will he create safe spaces for Christian conservatives, students, teachers, administrators, principals that believe in two genders, male and female, and that all lives matter, including ex-transgenders and ex-gays? Of course not. Because self-absorbed pathological liars like the Democratic Party are predominantly aletheiophobic, haters of objective truth. For over 170 years, the Democratic Party has been a wicked organization, continually rejecting objective truth. Their systemically racist Jim Crow laws kept 4 million Negroes, 99.9%, in slavery. Now the California Board of Education is grooming our children for pederasty and pedophilia, MAPS, or minor attracted perverts. For this reason, God has raised up Governor Gavin Newsom that through our newly elected Temecula School Board, God might show his power and proclaim his word in the world. Pride and arrogance is why I destroyed Pharaoh of Egypt and his army, and if necessary, I will destroy you and your woke army. Pharaoh, Gavin Newsom, I am the Almighty God. Let my people go and leave my kids alone, or you will reap the whirlwind of my wrath, because I always watch over my children. So let it be written, so let it be done.
Lou Uradell. Lou Uradell, followed by Aaron Jerzakek.
That's a red card for you, right there.
I just don't know.
You're out. You're out.
Very confused. He made
You're out.
a threat.
Will you please escort her out?
He made a
Thank you.
threat, and is my safety not a concern? For real?
You've been warned a couple times. You're disruptive. Please, thank you.
Asking a question in between the speakers.
That was her second card. Thank you. And if the first is so offensive, I will red card you. Thank you. This is our meeting, not yours. It goes for the whole audience.
She has a valid point. That definitely sounded like a threat.
I just don't know what people can threaten.
I mean,
Please escort
am I
yourself
wrong?
out, or the security will help you. Thank you.
Joe, was that not a
Violating
threat?
people's First Amendment rights.
You? Please be respectful when somebody's being escorted out. Thank you.
It's not often I get a chance to speak before a duly elected school board that's serving the best interest of both the constituents who voted them in and the children in the district. And make no mistake about it, you were voted in by a significant majority of this diverse community. The people who disagree with you, they had a chance to vote someone else in. They lost. And a fact that seems to be somehow lost on Gavin Newsom. I mean, how dare a school board elected by the majority of its citizens in a district uphold the values of that population? Gavin Newsom, we've seen how much you care about the children in Sacramento. Y'all voted down SB 14, a bill that would punish sex trafficking of children with a much harsher penalty. Your actions give the impression that our leaders don't care about the best interests of our children. What's the best interest of our children? Is to have the programs that do not support the propaganda that perpetuates the grooming of our children into a sexual ideology and a gender identity. I know I hear you. The Catholic Church is the biggest groomer of all, right? Well, I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news, but a study by Perillo on child sex abuse found that 81% of all children abused by priests were boys. So it's not Christianity you're bringing up when you say, oh, the church. It's gay men who have used their position as a priest and fiduciary trust to groom and molest kids. Be careful, you're going to end up accusing yourselves of being hypocrites. The only difference in a faltered school system pushing sexual ideologies and the gay men masquerading as priests is these agendas are typically pushed by white liberal men and women who act as activist pimps to perpetuate the mental rape and twisting of children's minds. Well, I'm sorry, but not on our watch. We do not co-parent with the government or the schools. Our children are not your children. Stop trying to get this board to allow you to indoctrinate a sexual ideology, and maybe California wouldn't rank 50th in literacy, 44th in math, and 42nd in science. Thank you to this board. You give many other districts hope to flip their boards and turn the tide against these horrific agendas. And I don't care how you define a pedophile. I don't care how you try to justify it or say it isn't this or isn't that. There is a special place in hell for people who abuse and hurt children.
30 seconds.
Aaron Jerzakek? Oh, sorry about that.
Okay. I just need to take a deep breath for a second after that. Okay. So good evening, Cabinet and board members. I want to start with a quote tonight, and learning to stand in somebody else's shoes, to actually see through their eyes, that's how peace begins. And it's up to you to make that happen. Empathy is a quality of character that can change the world, and that's by Barack Obama. That's why I said his name after that. One way we learn empathy is through reading and making deep connections with characters and stories that are similar and different than our own. I brought a book with me tonight, and its pages have yellowed since I read it as a high school student. I was a senior, but it's definitely a treasure of mine. It's filled with annotations, and it proudly has sat on my bookshelf for many years, and I want to summarize it for you. Pecola Breedlove is an 11-year-old African-American girl living in a poor neighborhood in Lorain, Ohio during the 1940s. And she's trying to figure out her worth and her beauty in a society where her skin Her hair color and her eye color is not seen as beautiful. Her only images of beauty were white women. She prayed incessantly for blue eyes. If she was blonde and blue-eyed, she'd be beautiful, she'd be loved, and her world would be different. Her world was filled with racial contempt, devastation, and violence. This novel is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. This book is important. It shows how poverty and racism lead to tragedy in marginalized communities. At the last board meeting, Dr. Komoski, you chose to read aloud page 161 from this book. And you did so with such anger and disgust, and I agree with the words that you chose to read aloud because they trigger an emotional response. You were in fact reading about Bacola's alcoholic father raping her. Toni Morrison intended for you to feel that way. She crafted her words carefully for that reaction. However, you completely took her words out of context and you manipulated them for your own agenda. An agenda where you can open up a page in a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel and decide that it's a piece of pornography. So reading through complex content, it builds character. It builds critical thinking skills. It builds empathy, not pedophiles. I encourage the board to reach out to our teachers, our parents, our students, and the community members to come together and have constructive conversations, not a yelling match, about teaching difficult content. We have amazing educators. They're professionals in their field who would be open to engaging in civil discourse. Unite our community by welcoming different perspectives. Please be an example to our students. Fear, hate, mistrust, they have no place in TVUSD. I'd like to end with a quote by Judy Blume, herself a censored author. Let children read whatever they want, and then talk about it with them. If parents...
Thank you.
Preston Miller. Preston Miller.
Hi, my name is Preston Miller, previous graduate of Great Oak High School. I'm heartbroken after seeing this school board meeting as well as the previous one. I've seen a couple of my previous peers and teachers here today, and I hope they're proud of who I am now. I know I've seen at least one previous teacher who would support me and one who wouldn't. And if they don't support me, I will not be shedding any tears. As a gay man, I get to see little to no representation, of which would have meant a great deal to me growing up. Including queer history is not hurting anyone. In fact, it's doing the opposite by helping queer kids feel more accepted and lower suicide rates. See, that's what you would care about if you actually cared about the children. Education and understanding even lowers the amount of bullying because, as we all know, or at least should know, bullying is a consequence of ignorance. And I know that our schools have failed us in this aspect because I used to be ignorant. When I grew up, something the school board clearly has yet to do. I tried to hide my homosexuality, and I was, quite frankly, too stupid to even understand that my ideals and actions were perpetuating a complete and utter lack of diversity, understanding, and acceptance. And now, as an educated person, I will never stop fighting for equality and a proper education. I implore you to stop fear-mongering. Caring about children includes all of them. I've gotten to experience the hatred within our school district first and secondhand. It needs to end, and allowing people to be educated on minorities is the first step. If learning about minorities makes you uncomfortable, whether it be LGBTQ plus history, Black history, Native history, the simple matter of the fact is it should. You shouldn't be comfortable hearing about racism or homophobia or any of the phobias, any of these wrongdoings that happen to any of these communities. And it's not about making you comfortable. It's not everything is about you. When were heterosexuals ever discriminated against for their sexuality? Why do they require pride? When were they ever not considered the norm and celebrated, while heterosexual people were discriminated against, treated, beaten unfairly, and murdered for their sexuality? Learning is important to not repeat history, something we clearly have not done a great job at so far. Our schools are places of learning, not ignorance. The only thing banning books achieves is ignorance and misunderstanding, not intelligence and a good education. I've changed, and so can you. It's not too late to learn. Also, I'm doing my best to help organize a protest, and we will utilize We will utilize that protest to gather signatures for the recalls. Anti-gay people, feel free to show up because I love eating you up in front of the entire internet.
John Amanchuku. John Amanchuku. John Amanchuku. Followed by Stephanie Dawson.
There are 10 things that black students don't need. Number one, we don't need affirmative action. Number two, we don't need equity. Number three, we don't need to be pandered to. Number four, we don't need you to dumb down test scores in order for us to thrive. Number five, we don't need a school system promoting victim mentality. Number six, we don't need the soft bigotry of low expectations as we have heard from other people. We don't need, number seven, critical race theory or intersectionality. Number eight, we don't need reparations or any more welfare states. Number nine, we don't need to be propped up as the darlings of the LGBTQ community, as Dwayne Wade has done with his son, Zaire. Number 10, we don't need white liberals telling us that they know what's best for us than we know what's best for ourselves. And here's a bonus. We don't need Gavin Newsom creating space for pedophiles to have their legacy thrive in California. We don't need Gavin Newsom convincing us that Harvey Milk was a good man. Any man who takes his sexual organs and inserts them into children, that man should not be propped up as a saint. That man should not be lauded and celebrated. That man's legacy should be tarnished, removed, and never lifted up in this state ever again. Gavin Newsom likes the Milky Way. He's got it milky nowadays. But the Bible speaks about milk as well. It says, speaking of, milk and honey.
30 seconds.
But it also says, speaking of milk, in the correlation of talking to children, it says that babes, people who are young in Christ, should desire the sincere milk of the Word of God. Instead of pushing filth on children, instead of pushing Harvey Milk on kids, give them the sincere milk of the Word of God. God bless
you. Stephanie Dawson, followed by Jill Chaprinsky.
Good evening. I have 3 points I'd like to make today. Point 1, at the last board meeting, there was an individual by the name of Guillermo Peña, also known as Will Peña, who spoke at the meeting. Mr. Peña, by the way, is also a board member at Bell Ranch Middle School PTA. During his speech, he used a derogatory word. He called Mr. Gonzalez a coconut. For those of you who are not aware, this is an awful term used to describe Hispanics who might not be fluent in Spanish. A quick search online will define coconut as, I quote, an ethnic slur used to describe a Hispanic or dark-skinned person who acts white, alluding to the fact that a coconut is brown on the outside and white on the inside. This is racist, and it does not belong anywhere near a school or school board meeting. I'd like to also note that this same individual used vulgar terms that I won't bother repeating here when addressing Dr. Komrosky during a speech he made 2 meetings before that. Obviously, this individual should not be allowed to speak at board meetings and definitely not be allowed to be on a board of a PTA and around other people's children. If Mr. Peña violated any rules of conduct with his speeches, I ask that the board consider banning him from ever speaking at a meeting again. If there are no rules broken, then I ask the board to revisit these rules. We need to ensure that individuals such as Mr. Peña are not given the opportunity to use this language in a public forum. I was, for one, very deeply offended. Point 2, we're all aware of Governor Newsom's attempt to circumvent our local democratic processes. So I wanted to give Mr. Newsom a shout out and thank him for the parents he is waking up with his actions. Thank you, Governor. And I also want to let you 3 know that we are very thankful and you are on the right track. Mr. Newsom, leave our kids alone. My third point. Mi tercer punto es para la comunidad latina. Nuestra cultura es basada en la familia y nuestras tradiciones. Últimamente hay personas que se han hecho parte de un sistema diseñado para destruir nuestra forma de vida, comenzando con la familia y los derechos y deberes de padres. Les exijo que presten atención a lo que está sucediendo en las escuelas de sus hijos. Seguramente descubrirán que la meta de este sistema es deshacerse de los derechos de padres y destruir la inocencia y la familia. Unámonos como americanos y latinos en la lucha contra esa maldad, o si pueden, saquen a sus hijos de estas escuelas del gobierno. Adicionalmente, apoyemos a los miembros Dr. Komrosky, señora Wiersma y señor González, que luchan por nosotros. Gracias.
Jill Chaprinsky, followed by Shannon Palmer.
All right. Hi, friends. Okay. I would like to first start off by stating that as an educator myself and a former liberal, I'm incredibly grateful for Danny, Jen, and Dr. K for all that they have fought for and continue to fight for to restore parental rights back into our education system, and for honoring their vow to this community that elected them with overwhelming majorities. Contrary to what their opposition and haters have done by demanding radical ideology into our schools and onto our kids, I have never once witnessed any one of them suggest, much less demand, that their own personal ideologies be put into our schools. That should speak volumes about what is actually factual here and what is not. Next, I would like to address the fact that there are people in this room and sitting at that desk who either believed, supported, or complied with the egregious, unscientific, and tyrannical orders passed down from the governor's office between March of 2020 and April of 22. I was one of 2 mothers in this room in August of 21 when one of Jody's staff tried to eliminate the hundreds of families that weren't allowed inside these chambers because of the ridiculous measures mentioned above, by shutting the blinds as a means to shut them out. The other mother and I continued to open the blinds so that our fellow citizens could be a part of the civic process. Regardless of the threats by Gavin Newsom, the lies by Corey Jackson, or any radical activist, I left that meeting after months of not being heard, stating we would flip the board to represent us, and that is what we did. That had nothing to do with Tim Thompson. In fact, I didn't even know Pastor Tim at that time. It had everything to do with Gavin Newsom, his own hypocrisy, this state's unconstitutional governance, and the fact that the district and previous board were completely happy going along to get along, as was the teachers' union. Trusting teachers, especially those aligned with the union, is like trusting a politician at this point, and you have Gavin Newsom and the previous board to thank for that. A lot of you are trying to just move on and pretend you didn't say, do, or support all sorts of heinous things. Don't worry, I'll be around to remind you. The worthless COVID school gave us one blessing, which was the veil was lifted and we were given insight to what exactly was going on. They put us up against a wall where we had nothing left to lose. Many of this board's haters have stated outsiders shouldn't be here in our local business. Well, now Gavin Newsom and his gang of tyrannical zealots, to use his own term, have taken upon themselves to make sure everybody should be here and should be paying attention. We will fight AB 1078. We will fight SB 596. And we will be here to fight for our kids, for our board, for our state, and for our republic, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let's go.
Shannon Palmer, followed by Sally Nakora.
Just a friendly reminder, there is no support for or against a ballot measure. Just a friendly reminder when you're doing public comments.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Shannon Palmer. I'm a parent here in Temecula Valley Unified. I have children in elementary school as well as in middle school. I actually was one of the parents that went to my elementary school and checked out that curriculum. I sat in our front office for about 2 hours after school site council and went page by page, looking at things, looking at pictures, checking everything out. I found it very odd. The only follow through or anything that I had to do was sign my name. There was no QR code that I scanned afterwards to say, hey, what did you think about this? Did you see any discrepancies? Did you like it? Anything. Sign my name. That's not parent involvement. It's just not. There were some things that I did have a problem with. I'm a daughter of an immigrant. I helped my mom study for her citizenship. I was about 10 years old when I did this. Social studies, one of my favorite subjects. I majored in it at UCSD. Well, I thought it was very disheartening that the picture of immigration that was depicting what immigration of our state looks like is laborers on a roof working hard. How about it should be a room of people like this taking their oath of citizenship for our country? Because that is what immigration should look like. So that's my tidbits on how parents weren't involved in that sequence of piloting a curriculum. Now, to why I'm also here. Okay, I want to thank Danny, Jen, and Dr. K for their dedication, their thankless hours, all their hard work that you've given to the children and the parents of our district. We cannot thank you enough. I'm also here to put on public record and to let everyone know that Jen Wiersma's official recall rebuttal has been filed, and her statement, which I will read voluntarily, will be printed at the top of every petition. At the top, sorry. The teachers' union and outside activists are not telling the truth. This is an attack on you, the voter. Go to TVUSD.com for a full response on all recall claims. I am still committed to demanding strong new district leadership, championing parental rights, advocating for academic excellence, strengthening parent-school partnerships, standing for truth and transparencies. Our students will have social studies curriculum this fall. Unwarranted hysteria resulted with administrative leadership failed to communicate facts or internally resolve issues. This deceived the public and fueled false narratives. Creating neutral classrooms without divisive ideology and activism remains a top priority in our district. Students should be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin, and I support teaching all history in its entirety. I am committed to the robust curriculum devote sexual topics in K-5 classrooms. I am against any form of vulgarity, obscenity, pornography, and erotica in our school materials or textbooks.
Thank you.
Sally Nakora, followed by Tracy Henderson.
Good evening. I also was really saddened by the racial slur that was given at the last meeting, and I also have a Latino husband who speaks Spanish, and I have mixed children, and he chose to speak English with our children as he was learning. He desperately wanted to speak English, so he chose to speak English with them. So our children do not speak Spanish, so they probably would also be called coconuts as well. There's many families here that are mixed like mine. We're first, second, and third generation Americans with a variety of heritage, and that's the beauty of this country and of Temecula. The Vail Ranch Middle School published School-Wide Common Sense Expectations calls this slur verbal bullying. It's not the leadership that I want, and that's already been stated. So next, I heard a lot of commentary on how great the district was under Dr. McClay. That was not my experience. Also, the last award received in the district was Red Hawks Elementary National Blue Ribbon Award given in 2021. The groundwork for that would have been laid before Jody's time. She started in the fall of 2020. She has been earning almost $1,500 a day, and we have 8 schools that have the Golden Ribbon, the California Gold Ribbon Award, which is given for meeting state standards. So I'm actually really excited to find the right superintendent. Finally, I'd like to address the material that was read by Dr. K last time, and I support additional clarifying language. The regulation that was in place has failed. The parent of the student who read Angels in America was not allowed to report the material because it was flagged, but the teacher was allowed to offer it. There is definitely a disconnect. And I loved actually what Mrs. Barkley said about the experience she had with her daughter. I totally agree that parents can and should discuss any graphically explicit sexual material that their child comes across. They can read the material together at home. But claiming that a child can't learn to think critically or have the best education without sexually explicit material being offered at school, I believe is wrong. Critical thinking can and should be taught in every discipline. If a child encounters explicit material at school, they may not have the safety and support of loving parents to discuss it with. Does a teacher talk to the student then about oral copulation, masturbation, ejaculation, rape, and so forth? I'm thinking if a teacher talks about those things in the classroom, this is the sexualization of children, and this is dangerous. Every classroom needs to be a safe space for every child, without political affiliation, without social justice activation, and void of sexuality.
Tracy Henderson, followed by Dennis McCourt.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tracy Henderson. I'm a mom. I'm a licensed and practicing California attorney, and I'm the founder of California Parents Union. You can think of us as the antidote to the teachers' unions. You are being targeted by government bullies, and it is imperative that you stand your ground. California and the nation are watching this school board. Our California government is once again trying to mislead and bully educators. Do you remember Aragon, the CDPH director, his August 23rd, 2021 letter, where he sent you legally untenable threats of teachers' credentials are at risk and your insurance is going to be canceled and you're going to be charged with a crime? Do you remember that? Well, educators bought into that, and our children suffered for years because of it. Newsom is again abusing his power. You remember the June 1st letter. Okay, if you haven't seen my response, please go to CaliforniaParentsUnion.com and read it. The AG has sent you a personally special letter, and I think your letter, Mr. President, was amazing in response. Thank you very much. What didn't make the national news is that this board is not just trying to ban milk. You guys are trying to exclude curriculum based on an organization that deals with NAMBLA and communism. You are well within your authority to exclude this curriculum. I'm here to tell you that your authority comes from the time of Jefferson. There's a very famous letter where he wrote to John Adams, where he was trying to convince Adams that just what's happening here, the scare of the overreach of the state government coming into local communities. You are the cornerstone in the arch of democracy. You need to stand your ground. It's in the Constitution. It's codified in Education 35160. And the irony of this is that Newsom is trying to get you to do things that are illegal. Pedophilia, molestation is illegal. Communism and socialism are prohibited by the education code. It's illegal. You can't do that in schools. And if you disseminate child sex acts, you could be charged with sexual exploitation, and that's what Newsom wants you to do. Stand your ground. You've got history, you've got the Constitution, you've got the law, and California Parents Union and all the parents across the state of California are behind you. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
Dennis McCourt, followed by Derek Kinnison.
Thank you to the school board and to the teachers who want to focus on teaching good and wholesome curriculum to the students. It's a privilege to be here to support the courageous three, and parents, teachers, and those who are taking a stand for your children and students. Do not let the threats from the governor or others dissuade you from your position to not allow inappropriate material in the district. The governor said cancel culture has gone too far in Temecula School District. This is classic projection, accusing others of what he is doing himself. It's gaslighting. The governor is the king of cancel culture. Governor, stop bullying parents and school board members. Refusing to distribute non-age appropriate books in the school is not cancel culture. Cancel culture is when a person of faith or no faith speaks up and gets fired from their job, canceled from social media, doxxed, and threatened with bodily harm or death. That is cancel culture. What some of you brave school board members and parents are doing is the right thing by mitigating the indoctrination that's going on in the schools. Imagine if I, as a Christian evangelist, was hired as a teacher here in the district, and I taught the children the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is that Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. He rose from the dead. He ascended into heaven. He poured out His Holy Spirit to empower us to resist all sin, include acting out on same-sex attraction. Although true, it would be inappropriate of me to teach this to the students. This is exactly what's going on with regards to the indoctrination that is happening in gender theory, LGBTQ lifestyle, and critical theory that is promoted by the state of this one-party state. The veil is lifted, the curtain is pulled back, and the wizard has been revealed. Stand strong against the governor and don't let him cancel you. The pendulum is swinging, and parents are courageously speaking up. The lies are being exposed, and people of common sense and goodwill are standing together with you here and around the nation. We affirm all people, not all behavior. Keep the false religion of secular humanism and gender theory out of the schools. Focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic. Let's face it, this is a fight of good and evil. The ones who are truly speaking the truth are the ones that are truly loving. It's a shame to even speak of the things that are done of them in secret. Thank you for swimming upstream, for fighting against the tide. We stand with you. We pray for you. Continue to stand strong. God bless you.
Derek Kinnison, followed by Christopher Bow.
You guys can turn around if you want. All right. I would like to...
Order, please be respectful of the speaker. Thank you. I know you're hiding out behind the podium. You're going to get a yellow card and then a red.
I would like to talk about events that happened at the last meeting. First off, I'd like to thank Joe, Jen, and Danny for taking a stand to protect children in our community from sexual pleasure conversations in school. And I would also like to thank those on the liberal left for being the party of tolerance. I could not imagine how bad things would be if you guys were not so tolerant. At the last meeting, we heard a disgraceful racial slur uttered to Danny Gonzalez, the only person of color on this board. Why? Because he only spoke English. The pridefully tolerant left always pushes groupthink and seeks to divide people by races and classes. They push critical race theory and not critical thinking. They teach what to think instead of how to think. I have also witnessed from several other previous board meetings, people from the union wearing these blue shirts jump out of their seats and run towards a speaker who speaks against their narrative, and they threaten physical violence against them. Again, thank you all for being so tolerant. At the last meeting, the union brought up that we are seeking school choice. Well, in our deeply divided belief systems, this actually would be a great common ground for us to unite under. You would be able to, under school choice, you would be able to create the hypersexualized schools you have been dreaming about, and we can create more schools that teach useful life skills and give a sense of love for working hard and the Judeo-Christian values that this country was founded upon. We then can do a society observation upon the next generation of children and see which group would be the next leaders and which group would be addicted to government handouts. So let's rally together for school choice. And I did want to give a shameless plug to copy the left here. Go to the inlandempirefamilypack.org to support conservative candidates. And hope I helped you guys with your bingo cards tonight. Thank you guys, and God bless.
Christopher Bout, followed by Daniel Molina.
Good evening, board, administrators, fellow parents. My name is Chris Bout, local businessman, local parent, got 2 kids in the district. I asked Joe Komrosky if I could read this. He agreed, so I'm going to read something that President Komrosky drafted. So these are his own words. I'm going to recite them. I'm going to read them verbatim. It's in the first person, so don't get confused that I'm reading it in the first person. The letter states, "Parents, I am going to make this simple for you. You need a hero, someone look up to, in this fight against the teachers' unions who are deceiving you. Well, that's the thing. Parents, you are the heroes. I am your servant, and your voices have inspired me." As TVUSD's board president, I will fight for you and your children's educational rights, even if it means standing against a tyrannical governor who is seeking to power play our local rights here as we govern here in Temecula. Moreover, I will rigorously seek out and stand against any evil, such as obscenity, vulgarity, pornography, and erotica here at TVUSD. I will continue to resist these harmful things with every ounce of my being. Our schools, teachers' unions, county, state, or country do not own your kids. You do. To this end, we the people, both parents and patriots of this country, have risen. Parents, let us be united, as you are the last refuge for your kids. If you don't stand up for your kids, they will be taken advantage of. Therefore, be brave for them and protect their innocence. Vote no on this asinine recall. Dr. Joseph Komrosky, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Thank you for this, and thank you, Jen Wiersma, and wherever Danny Gonzalez is, thank you, Danny, also. Is you guys stand up for righteousness, you stand up for dignity, you stand up for decency, you stand up for our kids, you stand up for us parents. So thank you, Danny. God bless you all. And speaking of the recall, you want to know who is in favor of the recall? I'll tell you who's in favor of this recall. The LGBTQRST crowd, the Pride Month supporters, the pornographers, the fake Marines, the pedophiles, the Democrats, the communists, the social justice warriors, the fake Christians who have pentagram tattoos. Thank you. God.
Daniel Molina, followed by Dan Brown.
I'm a father of 3 children who are students in our school district. I'm a 9-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I have no religious allegiance, and I'm a registered libertarian. Through all the political nonsense and the mainstream social assault on the American people, I've remained silent while only focusing on my loved ones and those close to me. After observing our poor excuse for our governor verbally attack our school board president, I decided that enough was enough. I was once willing to die in a foreign land for what I believe this country to be. So now that the government has brought this social war to my front door, you couldn't begin to comprehend how hard I will dig my heels and fight for what I know to be right. What I encountered 2 meetings ago was my first, and it passionately fueled my fire. Parents were standing in front of the schools wearing shirts that read, "Leave our kids alone," with an opposing group of LGBTQ supporters yelling at them from across the street. How fitting, right? Most liberals are so uncertain in their own convictions that they refuse to calmly discuss and debate to support their beliefs. Generally, they must resort to screaming, name-calling, and berating anyone who opposes their ideology. The real problem with these liberal ideologies is that they are contradictory and fail to follow logic or reason. For example, during the last meeting, a blue shirt speaker attempted to demonize words like groomer or pedophile. Since when has acknowledging someone as a potential pedophile become hate speech? All this while claiming to want inclusion, love, and compassion. Where's the compassion for the family of the Angels of America situation? Where is the love and inclusion for the families trying to raise their children on good American Christian values? Some blue shirts stood up here explaining how they have been teachers for 30 plus years and they can't believe what happened to our community. Really? Are we that bigoted for demanding our children be provided with the same education that my generation received? The same curriculum that these educators taught for 25 plus years. Are those educators willing to disavow over 85% of their career to stand on their ideological convictions? Will they claim that most of their time as professionals have been teaching hatred and bigotry since, according to them, demand for traditional education is so wrong? To the school board members who are pushing for this indoctrination, open your eyes to the community you serve. Political ideologies do not belong in public schools. The Temecula parents are speaking, and obviously the governor is not paying attention as he claims, and he will not save you. This has become a battle of you against us, elected official against the voting populace. Stay in your lane, meet our expectations, or say goodbye to the seat that you hold. Good evening, and Semper Fidelis.
Dan Brown, followed by Pam Barrett.
Ms. Barclay and Mr. Schwartz, I had singled you out at the last meeting with the intent to cause reflection. If you felt demonized by that, I apologize. That wasn't my intent. I don't necessarily think those on the other side of the aisle that hold different views to me are necessary or inherently evil. I just think they are well-meaning but wrong. So I'd like to ask you some questions that are meant to cause further reflection, not only on your part, but on the part of those that support you. As a person with a Christian worldview, it should not automatically make me a vile threat, any more than for someone with a secular worldview being an automatic villain, right, to me. The 3 new trustees have been attacked literally from day one, and I wondered what they had done to deserve such venom. I mean, has any teacher lost a single thing? Have they lost any autonomy? Are they censored, disciplined? I mean, it's not salary. So far, the only thing this crew has done is what the parents have asked them to do, and that's get the schools back to teaching the basics and not woke nonsense. The board has only said no to CRT, no to pornography, and not that textbook. They did remove the superintendent that many teachers did not feel was very good. I know 2 teachers have said that many do not speak up for fear of retribution. I mean, that doesn't sound like a healthy environment. I hope they all now will speak out. Perhaps the reason is fear. Change does that. This past election, parents finally got involved and decided the prior school board was not meeting their expectations. Teachers have begged for years to have parents get involved in their child's education, And now that we are, they and you fight against us. Why? Isn't it already difficult enough to teach children how to read, write, understand basic math without adding material that really robs them of their natural intrinsic value? What educational purpose is served by bringing pornography into the classroom? The U.S. is the single largest consumer of adult and child pornography in the world, and that has created a demand for sex trafficking is filling. They are catching people not with a few pictures,
30
but
seconds.
with tens of thousands of pictures of child porn. It's estimated that over 1 million kids are currently being trafficked. By supporting any pornography, including the gender confusion materials in the school, you are literally supporting sex trafficking of school-aged children. It's not safe. Look, as adults, we lock our cabinets, we move hot stuff away from the counter's edge, we even move our children away from the hot stove. Why? Because it's safe. We do the opposite.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pam Barrett, followed by Steve Maxey.
Good evening. This is America, and I am grateful for the freedom to be able to speak. The issues at hand in our Temecula-Murrieta Valley are happening all over our great nation that I love. As citizens, we all must be informed, and as a retired teacher, I'd like to recommend 3 books for everyone here that could shine some light on the matters before us. Book 1 is Cult City by Daniel Flynn. This book has countless footnotes of primary sources documenting Harvey Milk's continual targeting of underage young men and his connection with Jim Jones. As a mom of 5 and a grandma of 8, I don't want Harvey Milk to be elevated as a hero. There are a plethora of Americans, gay or straight, who gave their all for our freedom, and we need to applaud them. Book 2 is called The Jefferson Lies by David Barton. It is loaded with evidence, including DNA evidence that totally debunks the smear lie that states that Thomas Jefferson fathered children with Sally Hemings. Read the primary source evidence concerning how our amazing founder is innocent of the charges designed to defame him. I challenge you to read this. And finally, my hope is that everyone in this room will read this 3rd book, The Naked Communist, a book that was published in 1958. It lists 45 goals of the Communist Party in the quest to control America. They hope to take over by 1970, but they're patient. You will be stunned to see how many of these 45 goals they have already achieved. It's eye-opening and frightening. So, happy summer reading.
Steve Maxey, followed by Mick Florio.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Maxey, and I, for the last 11 years, have been a teacher here at TVUSD. My wife is also in the TVUSD system and has been a teacher for 16 years. I'm also the parent to 3 wonderful children who have all been enrolled to TVUSD system. Collectively, we have 64 years of experience in TVUSD, and it's been nothing but wonderful. I wanted to address the message that's being pushed that TVUSD is the devil's playground and that teachers are groomers. This message is abhorrent and categorically false. This is far from what actually happens in the classroom. And I hope people can understand this. You don't need to take my word for this, but I would like to read a part of a letter that comes from one of my former students talking about their experience in my classroom. I know this will come across me as tooting my own horn, but that's not what it's meant to be. I know teachers across the district receive letters, notes, and emails from parents and their students reiterating this very sentiment every year. Here's a letter. Galileo once said, "We cannot teach people anything, we can only help them discover it within themselves." She goes on to write, "You are the reason I made it to where I am. Even if math was not my strong subject, you are the reason I love learning more and more. Your passion for your students and the knowledge that you retain inspires me to never give up. You have always pushed me whenever you knew that I was overthinking an answer. You understood when I blanked out on tests. You taught me when I thought I was unteachable, and I am forever grateful for you and your compassion and patience with me. With everything I have, thank you." I think if one could take the time to observe what really happens in this district and get into the classroom, this letter would much more represent what actually does happen in the classroom. I encourage teachers, parents, students to come to these meetings and to give their testimonies to what actually does happen in the classroom. She left, but I wanted to just quickly acknowledge another teacher that's made a huge difference with my own kids' lives, Lisa Balka, who just got up and passionately spoke. Both of my kids were in her classroom, and she's one of the finest teachers we have in our district. They described her as energetic, caring, and positive. She's enthusiastic about everything, especially about her students and their passions. Thank you.
Nick Florio, followed by Emil Barham.
Y'all better applaud for me. So, about 2.5, 3 years ago, we heard that elections had consequences, and we were told to suck it up. And, won't go any further on that. But now that they don't like the results of the elections, they don't want to suck it up, and they want to try and recall you. And they call you all sorts of names. I've watched them attack your religion. Apparently, you all go to the same church, which was news to me. Because otherwise, some of you guys don't show up. But 2 meetings ago, I sat here and I listened to one of the union people come up and say that they were the guardians of the children. It kind of struck me funny. And then another one got up and said that they were their kids. So I was like, wow, when did they give birth to my kids, my grandkids? Didn't quite happen. And there was a pastor that was with them, sat over with them. Brian Hawkins was part of the TVUSD walkout over here with his bullhorn. Same man who was just charged with 4 felonies for felony child abuse. If that's their idea of being a guardian, I'll take a hard pass, a real hard pass. They attack our pastors, but I don't see them beating up kids. They don't abuse the kids. That comes from the other side. And I'm sure there are really nice people over here, and there are really good Christians. The same way I look and watch who I associate with, you all need to watch who you associate with, because we're going to make him the face of your movement. Thank you.
Emil Barham, followed by Courtney Cooper.
Good evening, board members. First of all, I want to say I believe in age-appropriate curriculum. I'm a strong supporter of it. And what you read out, Dr. Komrowski, last week, I thought was awful. As a retired teacher in math and science and a part-time lecturer at a major university in math education and in history education, I can't believe in the 5 years that I've been gone, or been retired from high school, how far we've sunk. I found it very interesting, the second speaker who, she's up here criticizing you every week, when she was talking about, talking to her kids about pedophilia and about gay and what that means at a very young age. Well, that's what I want to do. I don't want that to be part of the educational process. I want to be able to control that narrative for as long as I can. But I'm trying to be practical here because I'm not here every week, every 2 weeks, but I watch you, and I think that one of the things that you could do, something that would be solutions-oriented to try to bring teachers and try to bring parents together. As a teacher, I had to write out my learning objectives, okay? And this is what I taught my students at Cal State Long Beach. We write out our learning objectives and we write out how we're going to achieve those objectives. And I think it would be really great if you could implement a policy to where 2 weeks before a lesson was to be taught, that on a teacher's website, those learning objectives and how they were going to achieve those objectives could be stated 2 weeks before, so that an administrator or a department head at a high school or elementary grade level leader could review those. And if everybody approved it, it's put up on the website.
30 seconds.
And then what happens is the parents know that what's going to be taught to their kids on a daily basis. So if there's anything controversial that they might see or have a question about, they can talk to the teacher or they can talk to the administrator, and that's something that would help keep teachers accountable. It would make administrators more of an instructional leader and curriculum leaders, and it would support parent engagement. I think that'd be a great solution for everybody.
Courtney Cooper, followed by Lisa Mann. Courtney Cooper, followed by Lisa Mann. Okay, Lisa Mann.
I'm going to take just a second of my time to point out that the rules seem to be not followed equally here tonight. I was under the impression we weren't allowed to clap during speakers.
Ma'am, you're not allowed to face the audience. Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. I was under the impression we're not allowed to clap during someone speaking, no matter in support or any, and that's why people are snapping, but it seems like there's a real rowdy side and a real snappy side. So I just wanted to point that out. I hear that Jen Wiersma is sending certified letters that state, I am against any form of vulgarity, obscenity, pornography, and erotica in our school materials or textbooks. My question is, well, who isn't? Of course, we're all against that. We're parents. Here's the truth. For those of you at this meeting or watching the live stream, there is no indoctrination happening or lack of parental input and parental rights in the school system. Or at least there wasn't before these three individuals, Jen Wiersma, Danny Gonzalez, and Joseph Komrosky, set up their clown factory shop of dog whistles and scare tactics to further their extremist agenda. I have been a tax-paying resident of Temecula and a TVUSD parent for over 10 years. I've also been active in my community. I've volunteered in the PTO. I've been class president, or parent, not president. I've served on the board of a Cub Scout pack. I've been team mom. I've spent hours and hours of my life making small talk with parents at 5 different types of sports over the last 10 years. We all know Temecula is full of both liberals and conservatives, so I'm confident that I've interacted with plenty with both groups. In all this chit-chatting and friendship building, parents have had gripes about schools, teachers who aren't a good fit, administration that isn't maybe as responsive as someone wishes, petty complaints within PTO, but I have never from anyone heard that there was any kind of inappropriate or harmful agenda happening in our schools from any parent, other parent, liberal or conservative. In fact, parents have access to all school materials in real time, anytime we want, in the Canvas app. All you have to do is sign up. We can mirror everything. We can see everything. Unlike some who speak here and don't even have a Temecula zip code, for me, this isn't a pit stop on a town-to-town crusade of chanting on street corners, getting interviewed by media, and using the podium in a town that I don't live in to talk about new scum or the pandemic. This is my honest and real current
30 seconds.
TVUSD parent experience. So please, anyone watching and listening, please don't let these people trick you any longer with their deluded moral outrage. Anyone who has wasted over $600,000 in less than a year, fired a brilliant leader without cause, and repeatedly worked to marginalize non-white and non-straight communities does not hold any moral high ground. Please support any legal and ethical efforts to have Wiersma, Komrosky, and Gonzalez removed from their positions before they destroy more of what has made this town so hard and wonderful to build. Thank you.
Brian Hawkins, followed by Amanda Cunningham. Brian Hawkins. Okay, Amanda Cunningham.
Okay. Good evening, Cabinet and Board. I'm a TVUSD mom with 2 students enrolled in the district. My boys have both attended TVUSD since kindergarten and are now in high school. I've been very involved as a parent in the district over the past 10 years, first as a mom in elementary school classrooms, chaperoning field trips in middle school, and now as a volunteer for my kids' high school sports teams. In the hundreds of hours I've spent in the TVUSD classrooms, I have never encountered any teacher indoctrinating students with social beliefs, sexualizing them, or exposing them to pornography. Our kids have had great teachers who truly cared about their success, which is why I'm so concerned by the false narrative portrayed in the egregious actions taken by the 3 board members. Since you have taken office, you have attempted to divide our community by portraying a false narrative of teachers sexualizing students and pornography in classrooms. As parents with kids in the district, I know this is simply not true. You have also wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars of our taxpayer money on expenditures designed specifically to divide our community. For example, you spent tens of thousands of dollars on critical race theory speaker with no qualifications who admitted that CRT is not even taught in Temecula schools. You wasted over $300,000 buying out a contract of an award-winning superintendent who led our district to be the best in the county, and then had to spend at least $50,000 on a recruiting firm to find a successor. On top of that, the district is now being investigated by the state of California because of your failure to approve a legally required elementary school curriculum. The state of California had to take emergency measures to ensure the kids will have textbooks when they return to school next month. On top of that, you have wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on an attorney at over $600 per hour specifically to represent and defend the board against your likely legal action related to your own malfeasance over the last 6 months. This is not good governance. Because of your egregious actions and your efforts to divide this community, I support the recall efforts against the 3 new board members. I recently read the responses to the recall fired by Dr. Komrosky and Ms. Wiersma. In these responses, you both blamed the recall efforts on the teachers of the union and outside activists. I am neither a teacher nor an activist. I'm a Temecula mom who wants things to return to normal and allow my kids to continue to receive the great education that they have received over the last 10 years. I truly believe that that will only happen by recalling Dr. Komrosky, Ms. Wiersma, and Mr. Gonzalez. You have lost my support. Thank you, TVUSD teachers.
Sonia Perez, followed by Lori Trest. Sonia Perez.
Hello, Mr. Schwartz. I'm Sonia Perez, the one that you called out at the last meeting, trying to bring harm to me. But anyone who calls out the Lord's beloved will be turned for good. You, sir, have been unruly. You have been an agitator against your colleagues, parents, teachers, and students. So my description of you was indicative of your behavior thus far. Leading our children to commit truancies by walking them out of school because you didn't agree with the decision that the board made to remove a divisive curriculum called CRT. And then you walk off the stage and you have a tantrum when you don't like the way things are going. Well, you know what? I'm a retired school district employee. I worked for the school district for over 12 years, and I never, ever witnessed what I've seen here in the last couple of years. You stand with the wicked teachers and the demonization of the books that they want to bring into the school district. You stand with them. There's a teacher that's recalling our school board members who you stand with. She's all over the Temecula talk, charging a petition to get everyone to sign to remove our newly elected board members. And you know, we know people by the company that they keep. It's disgusting. They support books that have no place in a school. Also, you have a granddaughter, and it's hard for me to believe that you would be on the side of books that are teaching sodomy and copulation and pleasure for adults. It's disgusting. And regarding the book on the Harvey Milk, you know, Jack McNeely, he was a 16-year-old runaway. He was vulnerable, and Harvey Milk took advantage of the adolescent boy by raping him. Yes, it was statutory rape. In 1970, when the adults had sex with underage children, that was considered statutory rape. So those books don't belong here. But Allison Barkley, you seem to think that these books, you stand with all of these teachers. I see you at the duck pond. You're the leader of boys and girls clubs, but yet you're here to bring your ideology. That's not what you were elected to do. You're here to represent the parents, okay, the business owners who pay taxes here.
Thank you.
Lori Trask, followed by Ian Weeks. Okay, Ian Weeks.
Hey, friends. Heavenly Father, I ask that you would speak through me this evening, and Lord, that you would be glorified. I ask your protection over my friends who are standing in the gap for what's right. In Jesus' name, amen. I want every single person in this room to know that the God that created the universe loves them. And his Son, Jesus Christ, the way, the truth, and the life, died for them. The Bible says while we were yet sinners, he did that. What we do with that is up to us. As it pertains to what the three of you are doing, in the book of Ezekiel, God says to Ezekiel, "Son of man, I have made you a watchman for the house of Israel. Therefore, hear a word from my mouth and give them warning from me. When I say to the wicked, you shall surely die, and you give him no warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, that the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood I will require at your hand. Yet if you warn the wicked, and he does not turn from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity, but you have delivered your soul." You are doing your job, standing up for what is right. And I am going to continue to pray for you that you would do that. Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Barclay, I am going to continue to pray for you as well. Because as I said, the God that created the universe made you and loves you. And he sent his son to die, to pay the price for your sins. You know, Joe Biden often says, we are in a battle for the soul of the nation. I rarely agree with him, but he is absolutely right. As it pertains to love, my friends, God is the embodiment of love. The Bible teaches us to speak the truth in love.
30 seconds.
The truth comes first. We have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth. But we don't have to be mean. We don't have to hate each other. I don't hate a single person in this room. The God that created this universe loves every single one of us and wants to save us. God, I just pray that you would make these words hit hearts tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Gisela Gonzalez, followed by Edward Day.
I'd like to start with apologizing to my mom because I told her I wasn't going to speak. But I'm a student in the district. I just graduated. I have luckily been able to have the privilege of living in Temecula. My parents sacrificed a lot to give me the opportunities here. So I have a poem. Is my history a threat to your mystery, the mystery of the truth? Somehow you're taking it out on today's youth. Because your comfort is key, how about mine? Where is the diversity? Hear my adversity. Because when it's adults' comforts over mine, it shows we are moving back in time. I'm not trying to elevate the minority. I could never compare to your majority. It's in our textbooks, it's in our minds, brainwashed by the winners and by time. Yes, we have textbooks, but they're just like the next books. Edited out the crime, pretending it's been a really long time. But I have fear in the streets, fear you will never know, fear that I can't even show. Why are you so scared of the past? Were you radicalists turning this country to ash? Why so scared? Why so wrong? Free the young. Whew. Give me a second, sorry. A country built on the backs of my people. Go back to the country, they say. Go back to looking the old way, but that's not me. Why do you truly care if they say they identify? You treat it as if it's a lie. Growing up in an area of hate, adults harassing me, spreading hate, I can't believe the amount of audacity that you think as parents. You as parents' hearts don't have the capacity. You say it's to protect the youth, yet I am the youth, and I see the truth. Why set your kids up for failure? We learn from the mistakes of the past, yet you're acting as if we're converting your kids in class. I've had more teachers tell me to find God or say something about how my ethnic features look odd. But why care now and not even about that? You care about hiding history. You're trying to stop the spread of knowledge, yet knowledge is key. You say pornography, but why so drastic? You're the reason these lies are covered like plastic. Blurring the truth doesn't make it go away. When I say I have fear, I mean it. Hear my words and not my opinions. Open your heart and open your mind. If you were a kid, would you prefer to be left in the dark? I am a student. We are your youth. Actually protect us in our history. I have been called racial slurs walking down the street. I have been in the school board. I've been in this district for so long, I've seen the diversity come in when I was the only brown kid in class. Why are we still trying to hide behind just, oh, we're diverse now? We're not diverse. Diversity does not mean acceptance. We need to accept all.
Last one, Edward Day.
Hello, board.
I have lived in this district since 1985. I had 3 children in the schools here. I have 3 grandchildren now that are also in the district. And Governor Newsom got me down here. When I heard of him, an outsider, I would call him a fascist, someone who will not allow for difference of opinion. He got me down here when I heard what he was saying about you. This is my first meeting, but not my last. I'm one of the people that got you elected, and we are a great majority. There are naysayers here, but they are a minority. And what the fellow before this last lady said, what he had to say was just spot on. We are all ultimately human beings in the hands of God. He loves us. He has a plan for our life. He has a law. He has rules. The materials that you're standing up against are vile snares of the devil that will cut children and adults both off from him. He calls us to repent from our sins. We're all sinners. None of us are perfect, but he loves us dearly, and he sent his son to die on the cross for us. And it's a great mystery how that works, but just as like a child, we're called to have faith in him and to follow him and to love our neighbor as ourselves. And I feel compassion for the children that are confused by vile books like the ones that are in some of the libraries at the high schools and are misled by them and are trapped, can get trapped into snares with regard to their perceived sexuality and their confusion about gender and all of that. And it's a sad
30
thing,
seconds.
but the gospel of Jesus Christ is the answer to it. There's a way that seems right to a man, the Bible says, but the ends thereof are the ways of death. And we don't want anyone lost to that. Too many have been already through transgenderism and all that stuff, like suicide and all of that. Thank you for standing up against it. Continue to do that. It is a worthy cause.
Okay, we're done with public comments. And is there any remaining public comments on any agendized items this evening, and which items? Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. Yeah. Order, thank you. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and all will be enacted with one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I know that we previously discussed that we have number 8, 19, 20, and 21 pulled for discussion. Is there anything else? Okay. So I'd like a motion and a second to approve items 1 through 7, 9 through 18, 22 through 45. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All in favor say nay. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, you said aye. Sorry, I'm just checking. Okay, thank you. Motion adopted 5-0. Now we're on to item number 8 that was pulled by Mrs. Barclay. You have the floor. Oh, 2 public comments. Okay, we'll have those first.
Christine Massa, followed by Lisa Mann.
Thank you.
actual TVUSD parent of 3 students who have all attended TVUSD since kindergarten. I'd like to start by thanking Mrs. Barkley and Mr. Schwartz for tirelessly working for the advancement of our district and our children and our staff. And since this is a safety topic, I'd also like to point out that Brian Hawkins was invited to the walkouts by none other than Jen Wiersma, which is documented in a recorded message from her. That's not criticism, it's just fact. Next, I'd like to express my dissent for sending any member of our board of directors to a safety conference when that role is best suited to a member of our safety and security team, such as Jason Vickery or a member of his staff. And now I need to edit on the fly because we were told in this room that we no longer have a First Amendment right to criticize our board members, but I will say this conference doesn't cover protecting children from art, literature, or history, so some of you might be bored there. If you look at the list of who should attend this conference on the organizer's website, it includes, though not limited to, school resource officers, school administrators, school safety officers, law enforcement directors, and parents and students. The only people on this board who fit those criteria are Mrs. Barkley or Mr. Gonzalez, who are parents in the district. However, I think even they would agree when the district has already spent too much money on unnecessary things, that spending several $1,000s sending an unqualified party to an unnecessary conference a mere 3 weeks before school starts is not the best use of our district's time and money. Stop the wasteful spending. And now, since other speakers were allowed to read recall responses, I will add, I really hope our TVUSD parents, taxpayers, and voting age students, of which I have 2, will join the recall effort at recallall3.org, and that's the numeral 3. Thank you.
Lisa, ma'am.
Besides being a Temecula resident and parent, I'm also an employee of a mid-sized company, and I've attended conferences for work over the years. When financial times are tight in businesses, the first thing that's cut is travel. So, for instance, if a company mismanages $600,000, as the 3 members of this board have done in the last 7 months, the prudent move would be to cut travel in order to save money and look like they are good stewards of organizational funds. If Mrs. Wiersma is concerned about the safety of our students, perhaps she could focus on something that would actually cost $0. Rather than endorse the man who harasses and stalks the high schoolers at TVHS, she or any other board member could possibly reach out to the sheriff's office and look to partner for a solution in getting this man to stop harassing minors. While I'm very aware of this person's First Amendment rights, I'm sure there are also appropriate stalking laws and harassing of minors laws that could be enforced. If stewards of power in our district chose to actually use their power towards an appropriate cause. So far, it seems that this board endorses his daily harassment of high schoolers because his narrative fits their own and goes along with their extremist goals. I doubt my words will fall on anything but deaf ears, and Mrs. Wiersma will go to Vegas for her conference. Maybe a district employee is attending, but I won't be shocked if any relevant TVUSD employee is not allowed to attend. And I predict that no one will do a thing about the harassment of TVH students when the new year starts. And I do want to add that I witnessed the coconut remark last month on a different topic, and I was shocked and appalled and in no way endorsed that type of language in this room by anybody. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on item 8?
Yeah, I did pull that. I was just hoping Mrs. Wiersma could give us a little more information about that item and if there are any staff attending that conference.
So Mr. Vickery and I were just talking about that tonight. I believe that he had the plan to go, but something came up. So we discussed the fact that I'm honored to be a part of that. And I've looked at the schedule. I think there's a lot of things that I can go and glean. I think school safety, security, accountability, all of that's really important. I just talked to somebody the other day who let me know that there were 2 people in safety and security at Bella Vista who just left. And there's a lot of concern out there with how we're doing things. My goal is to go and to be that trustee that gets that extra context. So when I come home, I can speak into it and be of help to Mr. Vickery and others who are here. I'm also doing things with our district supervisor. So we are organizing a meeting in August where people can come and talk about some of the traffic issues.
I think we've gotten off the subject.
I'm just saying I'm doing free things in addition to travel. So my goal is to always balance it with opportunity, but then also be in the community and do it for free with people that need to hear solutions. So I'll be doing it.
Yeah, I did read all the details, and Mrs. Moss actually brought up a couple of points that I had noticed that it was not intended for board members, and I just questioned whether or not it was really appropriate for a board member to attend. I could see, if Mr. Vickery wanted to attend, but it's a little bit outside of our purview, in my view. So that was why I pulled it. I just was curious after reading up on the subject and some of the speakers. I didn't personally think it would be the best conference for a school board member to attend.
So one thing we just voted on was being a part of litigation going after social media platforms where children have suffered a great deal, and I think it was right for us to step forward. I know at the conference that was one of the talking points and highlights, is to talk about social media and how it affects our children and how we can look at violence and the patterns that we can see, and how with stakeholders we all want to be collaborating on that. So those are things that I'm interested in. I don't know if Mr. Vickery would want to contribute at all, or if you're still doing your informational tonight, but I know there's a lot to take in.
We'll wait for that on
Yeah,
that.
so we can further ask, but that's how I see it.
If I could just add, with respect to social media, I think that's parents' responsibility to monitor what their children are doing, not ours. They're the ones who give them the phones. They're the ones who have their computers. They're the ones who should be monitoring what they're doing on their computers and phones, not us. That's not our job. Yes, we would like to be able to say, don't go here, or give them a list of sites not to go. But if we don't have control over what they do at home, it's of no use.
Agreed.
Okay.
100%.
All in favor, say aye. Or unless you want to discuss something more, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, I was just going to say that the cost is relatively low, and I remember when this first came up, I believe it was Mr. Vickery that brought it to my attention when we went to go meet with some of the sheriff's deputies, and he had invited a board member to join him, and he was thinking about going to this. So obviously it's something that he thought might be beneficial for us to be involved in, and if he can't make it, and Ms. Wiersma is willing to go and get some information and bring it back to our board, I think it could be helpful. So, and also with it's not just social media. There's a lot of avenues within the school iPads, I will tell you, Minecraft and other ways that these kids communicate that we don't get to see all the time. They're not always in the home doing that. So there are other concerns.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second for 8 conference travel requests, BOE?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All against, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion adopted 3-2. Now we're on to number 19, which I pulled, contract Follett Destiny Library with Resource Manager Renewal. It's obvious to the executive team, the board, the audience, what I read last week. And so my concern was when I read content from Push, The Bluest Eyes, Lovely Bones, and there's more. There's a lot more. My question for the executive team, and I've already run this by Dr. Velez, is Destiny preloaded with this material, or was this material put forth by members of the public in TVUSD? And if the answer is yes to the second part, I want to know who. I want accountability, public transparency for the vulgarity, obscenity, pornography, erotica that I've exposed. And I just want to go deeper now because it's related to us voting this in. If this is an IT platform and it doesn't come preloaded, great. But if it comes preloaded, then that's my concern. So I'll let you.
Thank you. Dr. Komrosky, this is a renewal of a contract that is a library manager. You want to think of it as like an electronic Dewey Decimal card system, like what we used to do in the old days. And what this is it's an opportunity for us to have an inventory management system, much like businesses have, where they keep track of the ins and outs of where things are going. So we utilize this for all of our library books, all of our textbooks, our science labs, any materials that are going out to the teachers, all of our technology going in and out and keeping track of it. And this is procured by our libraries. In terms of the second part of your question and who's responsible for the selection of the books and all the information that goes in, I know that we have some committees in play right now. We do have systems in place where that is followed. But I will say that this particular contract right here is very much related to the barcodes that we have on our library books, where that is going out to students, who owes what in overdue fines, where our textbooks are, et cetera.
Okay, so that helps me, because I just chalk that up to an IT platform, which is user-friendly. Each school just uploads their, respective libraries. And then what I'll do is I'll save my question for Board Policy 6000 when we get to that for the other part then, since it's more appropriately left off there. That's all I had. Anybody else? Okay. Do I have a motion and a second to approve 19 contract Follett Destiny Library with Resource Manager renewal? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Barclay. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. Now we're on to 20, contract Imagine Learning Ingenuity. Mrs. Wiersma, you have this one?
Yes, I would just love some more information on this. It looks like a great contract, and I was just curious, who gets to go? Will they be required to take what they learn and then teach others at their site? What kind of accountability will be there to be sure that this learning spreads throughout the district? So I'm just reading through contracts, trying to learn what people will take in and then how they can bring it to the rest of the schools.
Are we, just for clarification, we're talking about 20 Edgenuity?
Oh, you know what, I'm on 21.
I was like, what?
Yeah, 120.
Okay. All right, my mistake. So for Ingenuity, this is my question here.
We're not on that one. We're on 20.
Are we on
sorry.
20?
Gotcha.
Okay. Sorry, it's already late. All right, so my question here is who and how are the digital sources, the curriculum, how are they vetted? Who looks at them? Over the weekend, I actually placed a call and I talked to the vendor, which was great for me. And I was just curious to know who looks at this online.
So right now, this contract is for our Sparkman Learning Center, and it's for Rancho Vista High School and for Susan Nelson. So the teachers who teach in both of those programs or schools underneath our Sparkman Alternative Ed Center are the ones who assign those courses to our students for either A through D completion, depending on the school of their enrollment, or credit recovery. Our goal is very close alignment to our current courses that are approved through our district, because especially when you're talking about credit recovery, you want to be able to cover that class with the class that wasn't passed. So in order for the transcript to read that those requirements were completed. I did also look at some things over the last couple days and just wanted to make sure that we knew what electives and things like that were being used. The only one that I saw that our teachers are utilizing is related to, it's similar to what we have as our approved course for health, but that's a common course that a student would be able to make up for elective credit. Other than that, the selection is made based on student need, either in graduation requirements for the courses that we currently have as a best match, or the ones that they need for credit recovery. There are a lot of courses that are mentioned under Ingenuity that are not currently utilized, and I know it's the goal of the site at Rancho Vista High School to put even better systems in place next year through the connection of what those classes are that students are taking in order to make sure it aligns with their transcript needs.
I just want to say I had the opportunity to talk to Nicole, and she was very, very helpful. In fact, she kind of told me if you have questions about ethnic studies that may come down the pike, just know I'm your person. We can modify, which I found fascinating and thought it was just great that she was open to that in understanding our mission. What I would like to request of this, and I did talk to her to see if it was okay, if I could take a couple of weeks to look through this, because if we're going to talk about curriculum being important, I think it's good to get into some of these digital aspects and to look through it. I don't want to hold it up, but I was pleased that she was in agreement to say, yes, it's something that we should do. And I think it speaks to all of the layers of what we're discussing here tonight. This is just one more aspect. So that's what I would ask, is for the opportunity to look through it further, not to put the kibosh on it, but.
I would love to add that I'm happy to partner with any information that you want in greater depth. We don't currently utilize the ethnic studies curriculum.
Right.
I will also add that this agreement with this contract is applicable to the beginning of the school year, which is August 14th. So I just want to be mindful of that when we're looking at that moving forward.
Right, and she did say there would be no problem with that, and that ethnic studies was in the future. So thank you for clarifying that, because I knew that.
Could you confirm the length of this contract as well? Is that just for this next school year?
Yes, as it reads, it's for the school year.
So this is a one-year adoption, not like some type of a major curriculum adoption that would require.
It's not really an adoption. It is more the renewal of a contract that we have to access online courses that align with our in-person courses for credit recovery mainly, and some A through G completion.
So they've been with us for about 2 years. Did we pick them up during COVID? Was that part of
We picked them up during that time. We also have used Apex. This is another kind of avenue towards that, and it offers some things that Apex does not for our students. And we found that especially some of our learners who really need and respond well to alternative ways of learning, that Edgenuity is a platform, which is what it is, that provides them with different modalities of learning that they've responded well to.
And it looks like there's some AP classes as well here. And I think that would be some of our concerns, which I know we'll continue to cover with policy and so forth. So I just want to make sure we're consistent across the board and do it in the best way possible, so that we're looking not just at the textbooks, but also online resources and sources like this as well. So again, my goal is not to hold it up, but for us to dig into it and make sure that we have some oversight there as well.
But what you're proposing is to hold it up, right?
She said there wouldn't be a problem. I asked her if I could take a couple of weeks, so this is the vendor.
She just said we need it by when school opens.
Right.
Yeah,
But- and then
clarify,
she said it
Mrs.
wouldn't be a
Diaz,
problem.
it wouldn't hold it up even though you said
Well,
August 14th?
It sounds like there's been some conversations that I have not been privy to, that it would be important for me to reach out, Ms. Wiersma, and speak to her as well.
Right.
So I'm not actually, Dr. Komrosky, able to answer that at this time. My understanding, however, is that this contract renewal comes in July, because we want to start the year in good standing with a contract that's approved, so we have full access to the materials for our students when that school year gets started.
Was there any specific cause for concern? I'm not understanding what the concern is. If you could maybe just elaborate a little bit more.
Sure. So I called over the weekend, and I was impressed that she answered the phone, and she was happy to. It's because I had, so on, this was in our packet of information. So Nicole McEnany is the account executive for Southern California. So I just want y'all to know, when I study for these board meetings, I study and I go into it and just had questions. So I picked up the phone to call her.
Okay,
And it was
understood.
because I had parents reach out and say, who is vetting the digital curriculum? I hear what you're saying about some of the other aspects, but is anybody looking at digital? And so that started my thought process with that. And we talked for about a half an hour on the phone. So again, I was impressed with what she had to share. I think these are classes we need to continue to look into. I didn't feel like anything would be jeopardized by waiting. But if we can go ahead and continue to discuss these and look into the classes, I just think that's important, so that we've got the transparency here as well.
Do we have access to look at this?
I had to
as
get the
board
link.
members? But do we have the ability to look at it? I mean, it's a contract, so we would have this for the next year. I think there would be plenty of time to take a look at this over the next few months and talk to Ms. Diaz and maybe some of our other curriculum specialists if there were specific concerns. Do we need to put it on hold, though, if there's not anything specific that we're concerned with?
I think at this point, if we can continue to have the conversations and look at the courses and just know in a transparent way, it's a great thing for us to continue to do. Yes, my goal wasn't to hold anything up, but just to let people know these are
So just
resources we
speak
want to look
plainly,
at.
Jen. So what are you asking for? Can we just approve it tonight? And like Danny's saying, like, we can look at it more?
I'm happy to get the link and look into it with you.
Sure, we could do that.
All
We
right.
could do that. The link could be shared, and then we could go from there.
Great.
I was impressed enough with her to know she's going to work with us, and she's there to hear the
All
concerns.
right.
So
Do we have a
yes.
motion
No,
on
one
20
question.
contract
Just one question. Nicole, Lash, this is ESSER 3 money. Do we have a time limit for spending it?
September of 2024, I believe, is when those expire.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion and a second on contract for 20 contract Imagine Learning Ingenuity?
Moved.
Moved
Second.
by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion adopted 5-0. Now we're on to 21. This is pulled by Jen. Contract Institute for Multi-Sensory Education, LLC, IMSE.
Okay, so this was the first one I had referred to, and I was just curious in getting more information on this. I had a couple parents reach out and just wanting to know who gets to go, how is it chosen, how are they chosen, what process is there once they learn, do they come back, do they teach others at the district? So this is just for information to understand more.
Yes, thank you. This, for the multisensory education, is training that specifically goes along with our Orton-Gillingham training that we actually started last year. So last year, we worked specifically with our TK1 teachers. We received a highly positive response from that training. I do want to note that this training is very specific to the reading strategies and the phonemic awareness related to dyslexia. And it's also important to note with this that in 24-25, I believe the state of California is going to require that school districts have a dyslexia screener. And so this is being done preemptively to also prepare our teachers. This contract right here extends it to second grade. So these second grade teachers then would be able to experience the same wonderful training that our other teachers received at our lower levels, and that continuity could occur for our students. I also want to note that last year this training was really responded to well by our program specialists and our special education teachers as well. So it comes highly recommended from our teachers and our curriculum experts.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion and a second for 21?
Moved.
Moved simultaneously by.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. All right, we are done with the consent calendar. We are on to information and reports, and I know we have Mr. Vickery for safety and security update. Welcome, Mr. Vickery.
No, it's not. I could just go next slide. Good practice. Next slide. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to come up and talk about safety and security. It's a department of two, myself and my partner, Michelle Bowers, and she's a big part of what we get done for sure. Tonight, I'm going to cover some past measures that we've implemented, some current measures, planned measures, and kind of how the Riverside County Sheriff's Department plays into our safety and security here with the district. First, I want to talk about our Employee Safety Committee. I want to thank the members of the committee. We meet once a month to discuss concerns that are around the district. It's been instrumental in getting feedback and information from the staff on the line regarding safety and security concerns. So those meetings are really important to hear what is going on our campuses and what we need to do to help improve the safety and security. Over the last 3 years, some of the things we've implemented, the Let's Talk app, which is where students or staff or parents can report things all the way from bullying to threats. Those encompasses almost everything. I get several of those a week that we vet, and sometimes it goes all the way from having to contact our sheriff's department or student welfare and success or whoever is best apt to help whoever it is who wrote the concern on the Let's Talk app. The Raptor Visitor app, Campus Security Guard Manual, our Raptor Emergency Management System, facility upgrades, updated cameras, our canine program, standardizing all our emergency protocols, and fentanyl awareness. Next. As far as our standard response protocols, We use, from a I Love You Guys Foundation, the standard response protocol through all of our schools. It's action-based, flexible, and easy to learn, provides continuity of expectations and actions throughout a student's career. Students receive training on these protocols at the beginning of each school year, and posters are placed throughout our campuses. Our 4 protocols, as you see up there, are lockdown, which is if we have an actual situation on the campus, within the campus. That could be an active assailant or something other. A lockout is something that we call if we need to secure the campus to make sure kids don't leave the campus and make sure we're not letting anybody on the campus. Usually those are police-based activities going on, a warrant service, something of that nature where we wouldn't want our kids leaving the school and walking into a potentially dangerous situation. A lot of times if the helicopter's up circling around looking for the bad guy, we'll call a lockout just so none of our kids and none of our staff walk out into that police activity. Evacuate is for our fires and anything we need to leave the building for, and then our shelter. So this year we were able to complete our Run, Hide, Fight training. It's what the FBI recommends to teach. It was taught on all 27 of our campuses and at the district office. It's action-based, option-based response to active assailant. We had a lot of good feedback from our attendees, and I think it was really valuable for our staff to understand should an active assailant come on campus to follow these guidelines. And you know, actually, I was at the mall the other day when that incident happened, and I got stuck in a store, and I went to my Run, Hide, Fight, and I got everybody to go out the back door and get across the parking lot. Some people wanted to stay, and I afterwards got to explain to them why if we can get out, we need to get out. And so that's really important, and it's something that our staff can use not only at school but in their own life. Moving on, now that we have our staff trained, I want to make sure, and we want to make sure, that our students are trained on the concepts of this action-based response. The training is going to be age appropriate, and it's vital that our students understand the concepts of option-based response when it comes to active assailant situations. We want to make sure that our kids, who most are rule followers, and they understand when that lockdown bell goes off that they go into a classroom and lock down. But we want to make sure that all of our kids understand the same thing our staff understand, is that that may not be your best option. Your best option, if you're at the end of the playground and you can get over the fence across the street into a neighborhood in that situation, we want to make sure those kids understand that, and that they have the training and have been told that. It doesn't necessarily mean run back into what could be harm's way. Moving on to the Raptor. Last year we instituted our Raptor emergency management system. I think this is probably the single biggest game changer since I've been here at the district. All of our staff is required to have this app on their desktops in the school, and we also have most of our staff who've put this on their personal cell devices. What it does is it allows any staff member to initiate a lockdown from anywhere on the campus. So if I'm a PE teacher and I'm on the playground and I see an active assailant, I can hit that lockdown button, swipe it, and automatically everybody on campus gets that notification, and then the notification is made through the PA system. Moving forward this year, we're going to integrate that system into our PA system. So once somebody hits that lockdown button, it also initiates the PA system, so the principal or the admin aren't required to come out from under their desk or wherever else to get on the phone and do that and make things a lot safer. As well, on that app, our school resource deputies receive that notification right away. So if there is a lockdown at one of our elementary schools, our 6 school resource deputies get that notification right away and get that out of the radio as soon as it happens. This eliminates, I can't tell you how many minutes between somebody calling 911, getting that information over dispatch, and having to take that amount of time to address the problem. The sooner we get the deputies there to the situation, the faster that situation is going to be resolved and the less harm comes. As far as our drill procedures, moving forward as well, we do all the lockdown drills, the shakeout drills. We're going to, again, incorporate some run, hide, fight this year into those drills. Though, again, we're not going to put an actor on there pretending like we have a school shooting going on, but we'll work it out a way so our staff understands that this is more of a run, hide, fight situation. How would we maybe walk to the nearest exit and stand there and understanding your pathway to get off that campus. That was a big part of our Run, Hide, Fight training that we worked on, was making sure that staff understood that it's important while you're in your classroom when there isn't a bad thing happening, understanding what your avenue of escape or multiple avenues of escape would be and how you're going to get those kids off that campus. What locked door or gate will you come across as you're trying to do that, and getting them the keys and what they need to be able to egress off the campus in case of an emergency. Something that was instituted a couple years ago, which has been really good for keeping track of who's on our campuses, is our Raptor Visitor Management. As all of you know, when you come on our campus, you're required to give your driver's license. It goes through the toaster and spits out a visitor badge. It will alert if it hits somebody on the Megan's Law website, and then obviously they'd be denied entry. But this is a great way to identify who our visitors are by wearing that badge and having a knowledge of who's on our campuses when, and being able to track that down. Last year, we overhauled all of our school comprehensive safety plans. This included standardizing each plan and providing training to our administrations on how to accomplish the plan and ensure they're in compliance with state law. Moving forward and starting last year, we provided a timeline for administrators to make sure they're having meetings with all their stakeholders and help develop their plans each year. This summer, we're in the process of placing all those plans that have been completed, and they're all completed, onto the websites of each school so that parents have access. Moving on to our school resource deputy program. It's a partnership between the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, Temecula Valley Unified School District, and the city of Temecula. Currently, we split the cost of the deputies with the city. That makes it beneficial to the city to keep the drain of resources from the Sheriff's Department during the school year, preventing patrol deputies from having to respond to the numerous calls at the schools. The city also benefits by utilizing our school resource deputies for regular patrol functions in the summer on vacations, reducing their overtime costs during those times. So it's kind of a win-win. As you can see, our school, on the next slide, our school resource deputies are veteran Riverside County Sheriff's deputies. We have 6. As I said, we share the cost with the city. Each one of the deputies has specialized training to work as a school resource officer. Our school resource officer not only provide a great deterrence and enforce laws and rules, but they also teach classes, serve on their youth court, and serve as mentors. Next slide. Deputies selected for the role of school resource deputy receive specialized training. Our deputies are stationed out at Temecula Sheriff Station, where they fall under the command of Captain Durham. Included with the cost of the 6 deputies, that includes a sergeant, lieutenant, and the captain from the Temecula station. Our school resource deputies have direct access to all the resources of the Sheriff's Department, including extra personnel for events, bomb squad, mobile command centers, canines, helicopters, SWAT, specialized investigations, and many more. The Sheriff's Department also provides us with extra deputies when needed at no additional cost. At each of our high school graduations over the last couple of years, we've had an additional 8 to 10 deputies at each site, as well as the Sheriff's Mounted Patrol. They've been available for protests, board meetings, and extra patrol requests. This is our statistics for the last year. You can see our calls for service. Our deputies handled close to 300 calls at the middle school, almost 350 at the elementary, and 366 at the high schools. On the next, no, you can go back. You can see what our arrest stats were compared to last year. So you have 21-22. The misdemeanor arrests were identical. Felony arrests were up by 5, and our infractions went up. The infractions went up, I would say, in large part because they had an extra deputy on a grant that was a tobacco grant that was writing a lot of vape sites. Most of your felony arrests, I think all but 1 were assaults, were felonious assaults. That includes assault with a deadly weapon, which is if you get in a fight and you're kicking somebody, a lot of times that'll be charged as an assault with a deadly weapon, which is a felony. Next. I wanted to talk about our school resource deputies' involvement in the Southwest Valley Youth Court. The court is run by one of our SRDs, Chris Bowers, and Corporal Matt Mazingo of the Murrieta Police Department. Last month, the court held its first session in over 3 years due to the pandemic. The court is now held again once a month in an actual courtroom. Next. The primary function of the Southwest Valley Youth Court is to determine fair and restorative sentence for the juvenile respondent. Dispositions will include mandatory and future jury service at that court, and one or more of the following: community service, letters of apology, life plan essays, educational workshops, counseling, drug awareness classes, jail tours, curfew restrictions, behavior contracts, and other creative dispositions. There's an adult judge and actual attorney serve as the mentors for the students, acting as prosecutors and defense attorneys. The jury is made up of students as well, and they are the ones who question the kid that's in juvenile court, and they get a chance to ask questions and help decide what the recommended outcome or corrective measure would be. This year, our school resource deputies will be trying to get our students a little more involved in Riverside County Sheriff's Explorer program. This is a program that's been around for a long time. It was around when I was in San Diego. It's a great program for kids who are looking to get into law enforcement once they get out of school. It gives them a real good taste of what it is. They go through a 2-week academy, and they come out with a basic understanding of the laws and how sheriff's deputies and police officers work. They get to do ride-alongs and work at volunteer events. It's a really good program. You know, I work daily, Michelle and I work daily with our student welfare and success. A lot of the safety and security stuff it's multifaceted, and we have to work together as a team. One of the things that they work with me on is we contract with InterQuest for detection dogs, and the dogs are trained to sniff out drugs, alcohol, and gunpowder. They visit our secondary sites unannounced with random visits, and I think it proves to be a pretty big deterrence, and the deputies or the dogs have every year been pretty successful in hitting on, you know, mostly vapes, to be honest with you, but it still makes kids think twice, is this the day the dog's coming? So the Riverside County and the Sheriff's Department uses for threats what we call the STAR protocol, and as you can see on that slide, okay. The STAR protocol involves the Sheriff's Department, probation, the Riverside Health University Health System, the DA's office, and CPS. This is kind of the pathway, what would happen when you have a threat that's an actual threat that meets the criminal element. Almost every threat we receive over the last 2 years that I've been here doesn't reach the criminal threshold. Usually they're transient type threats. And the way those are worked is it could be 2 or 3 times a week, but initially I'd get a call from an administrator or from my partners over in student welfare regarding a kid who made a threat. And the kid might say, I'm going to bring a gun to school tomorrow, something like that. Immediately we notify one of our school resource deputies, who then starts this STAR protocol, and in most cases a visit to the family and the house with a certain checklist that they'll go through to see if this threat is valid and something that warrants criminal or mental health services. Once that's vetted out, then we turn it over to our student welfare and success team to figure out the best pathway for that student moving forward, coming back onto campus. And we're still in the process of developing our multidisciplinary threat assessment teams. We have threat assessment, and we do a good job of it. We're looking to do some things that are a little bit creative and a little bit ahead of what's going on in California, kind of mirroring what's going on the East Coast. So what we're looking for is a system where these kids who end up committing the most heinous offenses you can think of, everybody goes back and says, well, yeah, well, he did this at this time, and we saw him do that. And each one of those things, maybe writing down something in a notebook, or starting to wear all black, or doing something out of the ordinary, isn't enough to warrant any type of intervention on itself. But how do we keep track of those things and keep some sort of system where once they hit a certain amount of those things, we say, hey, we might want to talk to this kid. We might want to talk to his parents and see if there's anything we can do to intervene and get help before it gets to those red line situations or when it gets overwhelming. And this is something you'll find at conferences, and most of your experts in this field will talk about. This is the real prevention method on preventing these heinous things from happening, and this is right now what people believe is the best way to go about trying to stop these things from happening. I'll talk a little bit about our campus security. I oversee the training, some of the hiring, and the plans itself. I just want to give a shout out to those campus security folks. They're some of the most awesome people you ever come across. I mean, they know all the kids' names. The kids love them. My kids, all my kids have gone through the district. They love them. I remember just this past fall, one of our campus security, Cheryl, was driving by in the car at a football game, and the crowd was all yelling Cheryl and waving. And it's just remarkable how much the knowledge they have of those schools, not just the people, but the layout of the school and where everything is. I mean, they are the go-to folks, and I just can't say enough of how hardworking they are and how seriously they take their jobs. As far as our training for our campus security, the basic training that we give them is a SB 390 training, provides them campus security guard, laws, liability, security awareness, de-escalation techniques, disaster and emergency, dynamics of student behavior, and then a final exam. We've also begun training in the ICS system, and the training introduces our campus security to the National Incident Management System, and these courses train personnel how to implement all functions of emergency management. And we're also in the process, and this is kind of the biggest lacking type of training that campus security has across the state, in my opinion, and my peers have told me the same thing, is a formalized training for use of force for campus security. Almost every time I meet with campus security, one of their biggest questions is, hey, what am I allowed to do as far as hands-on? When am I not allowed to go hands-on? What is my responsibility if these two kids are fighting in that situation? And most of them, and I would say all of them, they do a great job of figuring that out on the fly. But there needs to be something that is more standardized. And with that, I've partnered up with Keenan, who's our insurance company that does a lot of training, and they're going to use us as a pilot for a 6 to 8 hour course on use of force training for our campus security. It's going to include crowd control, liability, de-escalation, and then report writing on the back end of that. A lot of it will be not so much control holds and that thing, but how to protect yourself, what not to go into, and things like what we're taught as police officers, where not to strike, head, heart, spine, how to put somebody in a position of recovery and do those type of things and give them a little more confidence in intervening when they need to intervene. Here's a breakdown of what we have on each one of our campuses. As you can see, the only full-time campus security we have right now is at Bella Vista Middle School. The rest are part-time, and then we have, for the most part, 6 full-time, 4 part-timers on our high school campuses. Last year, we developed a campus safety and security manual. It outlines the roles and responsibilities of our campus security to help eliminate any questions or discrepancies across the district. What we found is that the campus security, they directly report to their administrations, and those expectations sometimes were a little different from school to school. So with this manual, we're able to standardize this, and when questions get brought up or we go to HR with things, this manual gives guidance and clearance, and we're able to work this out with the union, and I think it's been really effective. And the purpose of it, too, was as we went through the training with campus security, the trainers were always saying, refer back to your policy. Well, we just didn't have the policy. Now we have the policy, so it's been beneficial. As far as upgrades for this year, we're going to be working on camera upgrades. So we want to introduce some artificial intelligence type things into some of these cameras. So that way, if we're looking for a certain person, you can enter it in, all sorts of cool stuff. And if any of you are going to go to a conference and people want to sell you cool stuff, I'm all for it. I see Nicole saying no, so I love gadgets. Over the last semester, we embarked on a pilot program for buzzers at the front doors of our schools. We heard from a lot of parents that was a big concern. And then we had some folks that didn't think it would be welcoming or it would kind of change the way Temecula Valley operated. Well, through the 6 months that we did it, we've pretty much got all positive feedback from staff and parents. I think it has been a huge success. So with that said, we'll be moving forward with that project this year to get it implemented at all of our schools. So I know window coverings is always a big topic, and I want to thank Maintenance and Operations and Jason Osborne for coming up with a solution that works for all the liability issues and maintenance issues. And what it is, if you can see there, that's a, what do we call it, Nicole? Perforated graphic. And you can see through there when the lights are on, and when the lights are off and the windows are tinted, which they will also be, and that's part of the project, you can't see through those windows. So as we go through our run, hide, fight training and all those type of things, it provides a sense of security, and you're not running around trying to lower blinds, and blinds aren't broken and those type of things. But it also eliminates teachers from having to fear, like, I don't want to be in a room locked, closed, where people can't see in and things can, you know, we know different liability issues with that. And so our focus for 23-24 is going to be, you know, training, drills, and more threat assessment. And, you know, one thing I think we skipped through the slide, just we use the incident command system for critical incidents. That's a national standard for government agencies. So should we have a critical incident here at Temecula Valley Unified, it may not get put on there. We have a command structure set up, and in the central office where we can set up an emergency operations center, whether it be a flood, a fire, or whatever else. Everybody will know their assignment upon receiving, be given a folder. You could be logistics, finance, operations, and under these are different assignments, and those assignments have checklists. So it makes it pretty streamlined. So we're in line with that. And I did bring Lieutenant Sergeant with me from the Sheriff's Department. He's the lieutenant who oversees the school resource deputies. So if anybody has any questions that pertains to the Sheriff's Department that he's best to answer, that's what he's for. So thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, I want you to have gadgets too, so I'm going to push really hard for you to have a drone that follows you when you're on that cart cruising around the high school. I really do feel safe at the helm, by the way, with all that you've done to help this district with security. There's been a couple of bumps in the road, but and I'm continuing to work with you behind the scenes on multiple fronts. So yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Vickery.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you for all the work that you do. You were one of the first people at the district office to sit down with me for a couple of hours and comb through things. So I just want to thank you for that. I know that you work hard. Bella Vista is a school that my son did go to, and I know we've talked about that campus. Here's a question I have. They've just had 2 brand new security employees resign, and both have had 20 to 30 military years of experience and background. And I just want to know, because we've kind of talked about this, how can we bring them in and have them feel supported and hold on to them? Because it's so tough to do what they do. And I think we were moving in that direction where admin was really meeting with them to be sure they're heard. Any other ideas you've had in this process? We need to hold on to good people.
I do, and I think it's important. In a lot of cases, a lot of the frustrations that our campus security feel are a lot of the things that we're bound. I walk on campus, I remember, and saw some things, and I said, why is this being allowed to happen? And I was explained why. And then I was kind of, oh, okay, I understand now. And it's kind of out of, I think that frustrates a lot of them. A lot of it, too, is what I feel is when you have only 3.5-hour employees, that's really hard to retain good folks with 3.5 hours. I think most of our 8-hour employees, you don't see hardly any turnover with them. Those are very sought-after positions. And it's mainly with the 3.5, and it's like across the board, right? With our aides, with crossing guards, that's kind of a problem with any 3.5-hour position. And it kind of varies from campus to campus because the demographics and the folks are different on each campus and different problems. You go to one campus, they don't have near the troublemakers they have in another campus and how to deal with that. And admins have different philosophies at different campuses sometimes, and you know, it just changes. and I see things change. I've seen it change in the last 2 years. Some of the places that I saw as being kind of an issue that are now not an issue, and some places that weren't an issue a year and a half ago have kind of become an issue.
Thank you. I know that you've done a ton of work. I mean, I'm not sure what we did before you because I wasn't around, but obviously this is work that needed to be done in this district, and you've done an awesome job. A couple of just quick questions for you. So you mentioned the run, hide, fight training. Is that part of the onboarding for, or is it going
I'm glad
to
you
be
asked
part
that.
of that?
So we are developing, and it should be done by September 1.
Oh, nice.
Not only just an onboarding run, hide, fight, but also an introduction to our Raptor so they understand how to use the Raptor, but also a refresher training, kind of like the yearly training that all of our staff go through, and put a quick refresher training on there in addition to a couple other things. But most definitely, because we have obviously a lot of new employees, and we did train over 2,000 in this run, hide, fight, but we've got hundreds more coming on board, so it is important information to get them, and we have some excellent training that we can give them as they come in.
Awesome. That's great. And then you talked about training for the students. So that's going to be something that you are also looking to implement this next year?
Yes, I'm hoping to have it ready to go, by September, so we can incorporate it with going over our standard response protocols for the kids again, which should be done every year, and now incorporate this run, hide, fight into that. And like I said, it'll be different for high school. What we present to the high school kids will be different than what we present to the elementary kids. And that's something that I'm working on with some of our elementary ed folks on how best to get those kiddos to understand the concept without really getting them scared just learning it.
Right. Agreed. And it is really, really important. I agree. I'm knee deep in this in my own job. We're rewriting all of our safety policies right now. I am rewriting them. But I love Raptor. I think that is fantastic. And the integration, I think, is so critical. I think what we hear a lot is when, in other incidences that have happened in other districts, it's that delay that when you call, as someone who literally I was shot at and I had to call 911 and we didn't get response. So I totally understand that from a personal level, that for whatever reason, sometimes the 911 call is not as effective as you think it's gonna be. So having that integration just, makes my heart feel good. And then I just wanted to echo campus security. Shout out to Cheryl. She is fantastic. But what I observe with campus security and the SROs are people who really, truly care about our kids. It's not just about, I'm here to enforce a rule. They're there to build relationships and prevent incidences. And I see that. I hear the stories of, there's a couple kids on campus that kind of, get out of bounds, but they really try to work and mentor the kids who are having issues as a means of prevention and as a means of just relationship building. And I think they do a fantastic job, and I really appreciate your leadership there.
Yeah, I just want to echo that, Mr. Vickery. Thank you for everything that you're doing. I agree, the Raptor system has been working a lot better. I think there were some hiccups early on.
There's still hiccups because it's technology. So we have schools where it's not great, but everybody knows it's a supplemental. So
yeah, it started to work a lot better towards the end of the year. I could tell that people were getting trained on it. It was becoming a little bit easier, and everybody was signed up, so you didn't have a long list of people. I wanted to ask about the hands-on training. So. I would agree, and I've seen videos and things, and it was one of the first things I thought of was like the level of training for these folks. Do we have policy that's written on hands-on policies already? And are we gonna train based on those policies, or is this kind of like just a universal?
It will be. We have 5 levels of force in the manual that was written last year. They are a little more vague than police manual use of force because you start really getting into the difference between assaultive behavior versus resistive behavior, physically resistive versus, so there's all sorts of different. This what we're looking at, in fact, Keenan took the policy that we had with our use of force policy, and they really liked it and said, okay, we want to create this program or this training around your use of force policy to make it so, hey, you know, the first level of force is your presence. The second level of force is a verbal command. Your third level of force is maybe some ARD guidance. Fourth level of force is when you have to grab and maybe bear hug or pull something off. Your fifth level of force is whatever you have to do and whatever you have been trained in your, you know, to protect yourself or protect somebody else. The training is going to be geared towards when that fight happens, getting somebody not to have to think, do I get involved in that? Do I not? You should already know that. You know, if that's a situation that's too dangerous, then what are you going to do? What are your actions going to be? If you're not physically going to get involved, how are you going to help that situation? If you see a crowd of people around a fight, which we have sometimes on our campuses, are you going to go in by yourself and try to separate that fight, which we've had? We just need to make sure they understand those type of things. We don't expect you or want you to do that. You're putting yourself in harm's way. Here's what we want you to do. And then when we're talking about real hands-on, let's talk about the things that we don't want to do. We don't want to try a carotid restraint. We don't want to punch in the throat. We don't, those type of things, right? That are, like I said, some people would think are obvious, but those are things sometimes, you know, and sometimes if you're going to go to that level, when is it appropriate when you go to that maximum level to understand that? But Mr. Gonzalez, it would be almost impossible to train them to the level of law enforcement and all the different techniques and all those levels, but just to give them some reassurances on how to evaluate situations and how to keep themselves protected and do the best they can to protect the students that are involved.
Sure, and I would appreciate that. I mean, that's why we have these fine folks
Yes,
over
sir.
here. So we definitely don't want them to be. And I was honestly asking more out of concern for the employee. You know, if we give them this training and then say, you know, this is when you act. I mean, not all campus supervisors are created equally as far as
And
size
that's part of the
and,
training. That is
you know,
something we'll discuss, is that we wouldn't expect somebody who weighs 100 pounds that's somebody that's 70 years old as a campus security to get involved with two 17-year-olds duking it out. And what if you're not going to get involved in that, then what will your course of action be to resolve that?
That's great. I love that it's geared around kind of making the determination and then acting on that. So I can appreciate that. My other statement was just going to be about the cameras, both for student safety, for incidents, but also for the protection of teachers. An incident recently happened where an allegation was made against a teacher. The camera was grainy and bad fisheye lens, and had that been a lot more clear in that common area, I think it would have solved a lot of issues a lot quicker. So I love hearing that we're going to be upgrading those cameras. I want to make sure we're upgrading the actual clarity.
I have a budget.
And then how we're storing that video as well. So just come talk to me and we'll go sit down with Ms. Lash.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again for everything.
Thanks. Thanks.
Mr. Schwartz had a question for you,
Yeah.
Mr. Vickery?
I was just going to say, if you haven't done the run, hide, fight training, I took it, and it's great. So if you haven't done it,
We have one Thursday at the DO.
yeah, go do it. It's great. And I just want to compliment you, Jason, on all the things that you've implemented, and I want to thank our SROs for the great job that they do. I only hear positive things when I visit schools, and that's a tribute to you guys and gals who do that job. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have to say at approximately 9:30, the governing board will determine which of its remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon prior to 10 p.m. It may continue all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 10 p.m. Do I have consensus to move on by the board?
What do we have left?
So I wanted to see if I can get consensus to move item 2 and 3 on information reports off to the next section. Believe me when I say this, the self-evaluation by the board is just depressing because we are pretty divided, and that could be, in my sense, just pushed right off.
Could we move 4 also and just get on to action items?
I do have a quick question for Deus that I planned for that. And it's appropriately put there. It's just, yeah.
And I would like to recognize
Sorry, I would like to recognize we have 5 public comments on that as well, on item number 4.
Okay, so do we have, okay, let's do first, do we have consensus to push items 2 and 3 to the next board meeting? I'm in favor of it, yeah.
My only question would be, Dr. Velez, what does that do to our scheduling? Because I know one of the things we needed to schedule was for September. So is there something we need to like address for September, just so we're not? I know, but they got to plan for it.
So
if we need to select a topic.
We have a study session in regards to the board planning calendar. We do have a study session coming up in September. We would have to make a determination at that August 22nd meeting what that potential what that topic could be. So we would have to make a decision at our next meeting, but we do have time right now because we do have future agenda items that will hit our August 22nd date. So in looking at our calendar, I'm agreeable that if the board agrees, we can go ahead and move that to our next meeting.
Okay, so you feel like the August 22nd would still give you enough time to prepare for September 12th?
Correct.
Okay, great.
All right, we got consensus? We're moving it. All right, so we have board policy 6,000 committee update, and do we have a speaker on that? Oh, yeah, they're right, 5 comments. What I meant is, do we have anybody presenting?
Actually, we do. I believe Ms. Wiersma was part of that committee, and we'll work with Ms. Diaz.
Okay, thank you.
First up, we have Christy McClure, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Hi again. I really, really want you all to stop perpetuating myths and labeling reading materials pornographic when they are not. Allison defined pornography at the last meeting, and it's certainly not, I know it when I see it. Books that cover more mature topics, like sexual abuse and mature relationships, are actually not pornography. You may be opposed to, say, The Lovely Bones and feel like it's too mature for your child, but it's not pornography, and it's not too mature or inappropriate for many high school students. In fact, it might be a lifesaver for a child sexual abuse survivor who has kept silent for years and reads a book like that and feels understood, finally gaining the strength to come forward. I mention this book as an example because it's one that I have actually read cover to cover. One of my kids read it when she was an adolescent, and we talked about it at the time because it is very heavy material. Just because a book contains sexual content, swear words, or abuse does not make it pornography. If we start down this road, we're going to be labeling everything pornography and removing everything from our libraries through Shakespeare and history books. You've stated in these meetings and on social media, Jen, that you will not allow any elementary school teacher to teach LGBT history because the mere mention of same-sex marriage means we're talking about sex and sexuality. When a student shares his family poster and there are same-sex parents on there, you're saying a teacher can't even acknowledge it? And if mentioning the concept of gay marriage isn't allowed because it's sexualizing children, then we shouldn't mention marriage at all. We should remove anyone from elementary school textbooks who comes up in the context of marriage, like Eleanor Roosevelt, since it clearly states she was married to FDR. And in your mind, any mention of marriage means sex. When discussing marriage with children, especially elementary, we don't say, FDR had sex with Eleanor. Oh, and by the way, she was a delegate to the United Nations and instrumental in the formation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The fact that you boil marriage down to sex and sexuality is really offensive. I would say that is obscene. Someone says they're married and we think about sex? But wait, that's not what we think about. The mere mention of marriage is not obscene. It's the mention of gay marriage that we're opposed to. Why do you label concepts as obscene when they are legal and part of our current society? This policy that we're discussing feels like a thinly veiled attempt at legitimizing your personal and religious definition of what is obscene and pornographic, and using that to curtail what is in high school libraries, curriculum, or even mentioned in a classroom. You're setting up a situation where teachers are scared to speak in class, answering questions of students because a parent might turn them in and they get in trouble, or worse, suspended, fired, or publicly humiliated. This policy creates a gotcha environment that isn't healthy or conducive to learning, and it certainly disrespects the teachers in this district.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Jean Femia.
Going back a second to safety, I would just like to comment first that my kids have already experienced a mass shooting firsthand, and I think that that is a primary concern of mine as a parent and somebody who has went through that, and I appreciate the time spent on that topic and subject and our safety, and I think that as much time as we're spending on selecting and deleting topics and resources of learning is a shame. We should be spending our time focused on things that are actually concerned with safety. We do not need this proposed restrictive clause. There is already a review process and the means to review materials and topics without imposing blanket restrictions. There were some suggestions even presented here today that demonstrate how to have those conversations and how to make those decisions where we can come to terms and find out how to advance those processes that are already in place and how to improve those to appease and help those processes along and appease these parents and teachers that are concerned. Policy 6000 concept and roles currently reads, the Board of Trustees desires to provide a comprehensive research-based curriculum that motivates every student to succeed. The district's educational program shall provide students with opportunities to attain the skills, knowledge, and abilities they need to be successful in schools and develop to their full potential. After the board's proposed edits, it continues saying, strategies for improving the educational program shall take into consideration the needs and individuals of students and subpopulations of students. Limiting the educational programs, materials, resources, and topics beyond what is already determined by legal and professional authorities is not conducive to the mission of the school district. We are to have a research-based curriculum, not a feelings or opinions-based curriculum. The TVUSD mission is high-quality teaching and learning for all. Limiting resources and educational topics to what is comfortable is not high-quality teaching. Excluding topics does not provide students with the right skills, knowledge, and abilities they need to succeed or reach their full potential. It takes away their chance to critically think about topics. As teachers, mentors, parents, and community leaders, we should be using materials and situations as learning tools to model our values, encourage critical thinking, and demonstrate how to conduct ourselves and react to various topics and situations. The school district, curriculum developers, law and policymakers, and other professionals develop and screen resources and materials to enhance student development. Additional restrictions are not necessary and create division and limit learning opportunities. There are already procedures in place for reviewing, changing, and limiting materials that a parent believes should not be shared with their child. This restriction is not necessary or beneficial.
Good evening. My name is Jean Themia. I oppose this board policy update for two reasons. The wording is unacceptably broad, and also it would be a nightmare to implement. What is pornographic, erotic, violent, vulgar, profane, or obscene? What I consider too violent, you may think is just fine, and what you think is pornographic, I may think is all right. The question is, who decides? And specifically, who decides for my child? You ran for this office saying that you stand for parents' rights. Did you mean all parents or just the parents that agree with your specific views? This broad wording is appealing because it sounds like you're doing something good for our students. It plays well. It plays well. Who wants our children to be exposed to obscene material? Nobody. But there's no way to intelligently implement this as written. There's nothing you can put your finger on in the wording. It's just a vague fog of undefined bad things. So who decides what's obscene and what's not? Is it district staff or teachers? You obviously don't trust them. Is it the three of you? Do you appoint a committee of 10, and if 6 of them say something is too vulgar, then you ban it? Or does it take more than a simple majority vote, maybe 8 out of 10? But who picks the people for the committee? Again, who decides? As Mr. Diaz pointed out at the last meeting, laws already exist and processes are already in place at TVUSD for parents to object to learning materials they consider inappropriate. I heard two positive comments at the last meeting that I'd like to point out. One was Mr. Gonzalez's suggestion that a modified version of this text would be more appropriate in Regulation 6161, not in 6000. The second was Mrs. Barclay's suggestion, which some teachers already follow. She suggested that at the beginning of each year or semester, each teacher sends home a syllabus that lists and describes all the books and materials students in the class will be reading. The parent or guardian must sign this list and return it to the teacher with any objections or requests. This suggestion accords beautifully with two of your most repeated concerns, that there be transparency and that parents have a voice in what their children learn. I strongly recommend that you establish a subcommittee to pursue this suggestion with district staff and see if it can be adopted. Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by Preston Miller.
Hello, Board. I'm back to ask you to please reject the changes to Policy 6000 as being based in censorship. As some of you know, parents have always had choice since 1999 when Ed Code specifically spelled it out. As a parent of one TVUSD graduate and two current TVUSD students, I know my kids hear profanity. I know they hear about sex. They're public school students and they don't live in a vacuum. I can't control every part of their environment, and I would rather they be educated about what they will encounter in the real world. For example, I can preach abstinence all I want, but I can also simultaneously make sure they know where to get condoms. We even have a policy in our house about swearing. Try to find a better word. But sometimes there just isn't one that packs the emotion you need to express. That's called freedom of expression, and in art, it's called dramatic license. As a parent, I am horrified beyond belief that the district would try to censor what my child reads or purport to do this on mine or my husband's behalf. That is our job, not the school board's. I do not want our school board using some unsupported definitions and loose criteria to prevent my children from having access to great art and literature or prevent teachers from taking an educational approach to such works with their students. The word pornographic, for instance, what differentiates a work of art as pornographic is intent to arouse. So frankly, if you find a work of art pornographic, it says more about you than it does about the reader or even the creator. What describes depictions of violence? I mean, Jesus was scourged, beaten, and nailed to a cross. Should we prevent people from wearing crucifixes? I guess we shouldn't learn about that, or Rodney King, or George Floyd, or Matthew Shepard. In Romeo and Juliet, characters regularly bite their thumbs at each other, which in their day was the equivalent of giving someone the middle finger. P.S. They also had sex. Are we no longer going to read Shakespeare? All of my children read Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry in school. Children are whipped, men are set on fire. Do our kids no longer get to hear about the Logan family and how they fought adversity? We already know that if a parent has objection to their child's reading materials, they can discuss this with their child's teacher. Let these discussions happen. Don't censor what my child is exposed to with your arbitrary guidelines. You want parental rights? So do I. You don't get to decide what my child can or can't read. I do. Jen, you had 3 kids graduate from TVUSD with all the books, and they all turned out just fine, didn't they? Or is that why one of them had to go to the IBLP school the Duggars went to? Because of what he was exposed to at the TVUSD library? Incidentally, that information is publicly available on YouTube, Instagram, and Amazon Prime. Censorship be damned. So leave the world open for our students, because that's what there is outside of these doors, the real world. Leave my kids alone.
Preston Miller. Oh.
Okay. So, the presentation.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump in here, Mrs. Deus, real quick. This was intended to be an update tonight on where we're gonna take this. It's not something we're passing right at the moment. When we ask who decides, it's that the law decides. In California Ed Code, it does say every teacher shall endeavor to impress upon the minds of the pupils the principles of morality, truth, justice, patriotism, and a true comprehension of the rights, duties, and dignity of American citizenship. When we look at something like Angels in America with 100 F words and explicit sex of any kind, it's sexual harassment in a classroom. You would be terminated in a workplace for that material. Inclusion does not include abuse. 100%, we need to have the ability as a board to set the standards. Now, the great thing about what Mrs. Deus and I talked about is there will be a collaboration. We are going to be looking at Ed Code, Penal Code, the California Healthy Youth Act, sexual harassment laws, standards and parameters for instructional material, curriculum, and supplementary resources. There will be discussions with the library so that we can talk about how does an acquisition happen? Are there challenge procedures? Are there opportunities for community review and parental considerations and opt-out options? All of this will be looked at, including the fact that age and grade levels and educational suitability is key. My goal is to be, to have an overarching policy. And we do need parents involved in this, but at the end of the day, having material like Angels in America, I think we can all agree on being something that should never be in a classroom for high school students. There was a 15-year-old girl who went home traumatized. That's not equitable education. We can set standards. If parents want to take that into their own home and you want to read it at home, you can do it. But here at the schools, we need to have high standards. We need to protect the kids, and the law does decide. So we're going to look at all of those factors, and we're going to collaborate with multiple people, curriculum directors. We're going to get together and talk this out. It won't be just my policy. This is for all stakeholders and to protect all students, and we can do better, and that's the goal.
I think, is Ms. Deus going to present too?
I am just presenting just on behalf of the assistant superintendent who's helping to facilitate the committee. And my goal is that we have an opportunity to discuss with multiple parties what this language would need to be in consideration for all of the layers and idiosyncrasies and age levels. And as has been noted by Ms. Wiersma, it is a complicated conversation. The other important feature, and I think it's a question that you might have, Dr. Komrosky, is that there are board policies and exhibits and systems that we have in place that are going to be important to review. Because I think that in our conversations that we've had, and Ms. Wiersma and I had last week, that we have opportunities to capitalize on some of the things that we currently have in place that may have been underutilized or unknown. And that works very much in tandem with our common interest in working with our community and our parents to let them know what's in place for board policies and existing rights that they have for items that there may be concerns about, and that goes with our curriculum and in our libraries. So I'm looking forward to a conversation with some of our curriculum experts, just in terms of the layers of what this entails, but also looking at what's currently in place so we can have a mutual understanding of how that works best with our existing programs.
Okay, that helps. Well, on
Can
top of that.
Can I make a suggestion on that real quick? Because this kind of does, piggyback into some of the other next steps that we've already talked about and some of the committees that we've already been talking, I think, a little bit about this. And so now these topics are starting to get kind of commingled together. So it might be a good idea, and I don't know if Dr. Komrosky, if you'd be okay with this, but maybe allowing Ms. Wiersma to sit in on the next round of meetings about administrative regulations and what we're going into, the next steps on that. Because this is something that we've already kind of discussed, and I think it does tie into to some of the things that we want to do for the elementary curriculum as well.
Do you mean taking his place on the subcommittee?
Well, I think that portion of it is pretty much already.
Is that what you're saying?
That, I would recommend that, just so, I mean,
The
she's
sub-
got these ideas that keeps, this is now the second time that this one has come back up, and it's addressing, we're having a subcommittee about the same exact thing, is essentially what we're saying, so. And you're
So-
not necessarily aware of that because you weren't in that room, so.
You mean the subcommittee that we had when I was on vacation about the curriculum and the parental involvement? That's yeah, I got it.
And just to clarify, I mean, I think it's really important to note, there already are processes in place. And these processes are really thorough. I was surprised. I didn't know what they were, but I did some research. I talked to quite a few people at the district and some directors, and I got a full picture of the process. And it's really quite thorough. And I think that's really where we need to start, is that the process that's in place, any parent who has any concern about any book or material has a very specific pathway that they can undertake. And they're working to make it better, to let parents know about it, and those are all important factors. But I think it's important to not, as someone said to me, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, we just need to advertise the wheel. Right. Because the wheel is already there. And it's,
But the wheel is broken when Angels in America is offered in a classroom.
okay, Jen, but the
So
point
it gets
is,
through.
Angels in America was never put through the process. That parent did not file a complaint about that book. She
Neither
came
was the
straight
parent
here.
notified about the level of explicit
Correct.
material. So there's a big
Agreed.
problem to fix.
Agreed. So that's one issue, but we're talking about the availability of books and materials. And the process is, if a parent wants, you can have three choices. One is maybe two. One is, if you don't want your own child to read it, then you can file with the school so that this system that we talked about, Destiny, has it logged in there that your child won't check out that book. So that's pretty simple. Second, if you think a book is not age appropriate for a certain level, you can file that issue, and that's taken into consideration. And then thirdly, if there's a book or material that you think is not appropriate whatsoever in our school district, you file that, and that goes to a committee, and it gets reviewed. And because there have actually been no complaints, this whole year, not one complaint, this last year, not one complaint, for several years, there have been no complaints. And so the point being is, we need to look at what we have before we start layering on top of it. And in speaking with the directors today, they were talking about who, I said, well, who's on the committee? And they said, there is kind of a list of that. We haven't really convened a committee in quite a while because no one's using the process. So the last resort is the board. This is not a decision for us to make on books. The decision needs to be made through the process. Just like we all have rules. You don't go straight to the CEO if you have an issue. You start at the beginning, and maybe it's going to get handled. You file the complaint, the committee looks at it, Angels in America, whoa, we agree, let's get this out of the library. It's never made a public spectacle, it's handled, and then the fact that it was given out in the classroom, that's a different issue, and that can also be handled. But we should go through the process and definitely let parents know, let's improve the process. Where do we need to make it better? There probably are books that were put in the library in 2000, maybe we don't want there. But we need to work our process, because when we start jumping in and pulling out a book because we don't like 2 sentences in it, that's where it gets dangerous. Because we're all gonna be gone at some point, and a new board's gonna sit here, and they might have a different perspective. And if we don't lay the groundwork,
Which is what we're gonna do.
And it's here, it's
Right.
here. It's already here, and we need to be very careful that we're not laying the groundwork for lawsuits like we're seeing now, and for future issues. But I think it's important before we start taking it to level 100 and getting ourselves hyped up about an issue, we're making it into something that's huge. Let's start at the bottom. Let's figure out this process. Where do we need to go with it? What improvements can we make to it?
That's
And after
exactly what I'm going to be doing.
I received, do you have all the information? Because I got all of it. It's super simple. And now I think we just need to let parents know about it. Because if there are issues, great, let's hear it.
Thanks,
But
Ms.
let's
Barclay.
not reinvent the wheel.
And Mrs. Wiersma, I'd like to let
And we don't need the
Mr.
policy.
Schwartz go, and then I'd like to
I
comment too.
just wanna
because
remind
Before
everybody-
discussion, I think
Sure.
each one of us should go at a time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Mr. Schwartz.
I'd just like to remind everybody that students have First Amendment rights. Students have the right to receive information. This right may be violated by actions that remove or prohibit materials, ideas, or activities. In an often cited case, the U.S. Supreme Court stated that a student's First Amendment right to access of information is violated when school officials remove books from a library simply because they dislike the ideas contained in those books and seek by their removal to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. I think we can all agree that there are certain books that we find objectionable as parents and as individuals. And I have the right to read them or not read them. And all of you as parents have the right to see what your children are doing in school. I like the idea of, someone said, handing out a syllabus or weekly or monthly. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to read. And then parents can have the decision to say, well, I don't really want my kid to read that book, or that's okay with me. I don't think that's objectionable. And I think that's great for parents to have that opportunity. I know they have it in Canva. We used to call it a plan book when I was the teacher. I used to have to write out everything I was teaching, give it to my supervisor, who would then look at it and say, Schwartz, I don't want you doing this, I want you doing that. So, you know, if our parents have access through Canva to what's going on in their children's class, I think that's something that they can work through, but I do not like the idea of me deciding what's pornographic or violent or any of those things. That is within the purview of the individual person, not the school board.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And I'd like to continue on. Mrs. Wiersman was reading California Ed Code 233.5. I'll just continue on. Well, I'll read it and I'll go a little bit further. Each teacher shall endeavor to impress upon the minds, now we're just talking about teachers, impress upon the minds of the pupils the principles of morality. Let's just stop right there. Morality. What does that mean? There's there's an intrinsic, in my opinion, there's an intrinsic moral evil when we allow obscenity, pornography, vulgarity, and erotica in our school district. I don't care if it's in the curriculum. I don't care if it's in the library. I don't care if a teacher is talking about it to a student. If it's there in any form, it should be dealt with. Also, we have the power as a governing board to represent our community and our community's values and morality here, and that's just where it stops with me. Now let me double down. I believe in transparency to the public and administrative accountability, and that's why I'm going to say what I'm going to say now. This is just given to me by a parent. These are in our libraries. Now, parents and teachers, I can lead you to the water, but I can't make you drink it. Here's what I'm going to let you know. We have Beyond Magenta, The Hate You Give, All American Boys, Crank, Push, The Lovely Bones, Looking for Alaska, Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, Speak, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, Art of Racing in the Rain, The Bluest Eye, The Kite Runner, 13 Reasons Why, Two Boys Kissing, Water for Elephants. These are all the way down to middle school level. It is your job now as a parent. You read this. You find the interpretive context in the book. I've heard a couple parents, talk about, well, wait a minute. There's sex with an adult and a child, but if they read that, it would have helped them. Let me just tell you right now, you as a parent, you take that book, you get it on Amazon, you do it outside of the school district. You have that conversation with your child outside of the school district. So I'm going to double down and say these are books on Destiny Library, just like I mentioned last week. There's a lot more, and now I'm going to bring it over to Deus. Can we know the names of who put these books in our libraries since they're not preloaded by Destiny? For accountability and transparency to the public.
I can explain the process that we go through to put books in the library, but in terms of tracking the books over the course of the years, there's not something other than order forms that would have somebody's approval name on it, Dr. Komrosky. But I think the conversation to be had is the process that's in place for putting books into the library. because that's a discussion of systems, and that's a discussion of systems aligned with Ed Code and what is currently adhered to through our library systems. And so if that's a conversation that you want to have, I can certainly provide that information for you.
Got it, and I have a lot of the policies, I just have to review them in more detail and then meet with you. And I'm all with Mrs. Barclay. I'm all about doing this the right way. I'm just saying, the public knows, I made it transparent. Now we have administrative accountability, and we work as a collective whole. If our morals of this community are being violated, and enough parents come forward and say, look, I want this out, I just want to know how to do it the right way. I'm not the one removing it, it's the parents. But we want to funnel it in the right avenue.
They fill out the form and go through the process.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Well, and like you said, we want to make the wheel transparent to the public. Like Mrs. Wiersma said, the wheel's broken. Hey, we're here to.
And
I'm sorry.
excuse me,
I agree with you, Mr. Komorowski. Joe, if the policy is not clear that Allison described for someone objecting, let's get it in writing and let's send it out to everybody.
Yeah.
So that they know what the procedure is and go through it the right way. I have no problem with that.
Good.
And it would be a great job for our parent engagement team. That's another selling point. But yeah, I think the idea behind what I'm seeing here and the comments that you made, Ms. Barkley, was an attempt to be a little bit more proactive as a district in what we can just eliminate right off of the top. And whatever the wording is for that, if we can agree on some content that we just absolutely would not allow, if it needs to go to a committee, then fine, let's man that committee and let's figure out, maybe we can flag books that may be potentially having material that would be objectionable, and we get a little bit more parent feedback, or there is some type of warning before those books make it into, I don't know. But I think you're right. I think doing it properly and making sure that we're giving parents and students a little bit more opportunity to opt out of objectionable materials. So.
All right, we want to move right along? All right, here we are, action items. And by the way, thank you, Deus, for all your insight on this. I really appreciate it. Yeah, look forward to meeting you. Oh, yes, do we have comments on the first action item? Second, okay. So certification of signatures, I call for a motion and a second to approve the revised certification of signatures in column 2 and column 3. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. We have comments on 2, designate Orbach, Huff, and Henderson LLP as general counsel. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. No, when you leave, you're gone. Anybody else? That's it? No other? Okay, so I call for a motion and a second to direct staff to transfer all matters previously handled by Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo related to general counsel services to Orbach, Huff, and Henderson LLP. Staff may further utilize Orbach, Huff, and Henderson LLP for other legal services as needed by the district at the staff's discretion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Question, please?
Absolutely.
I would ask Mrs. Lash, who's been advising us about some of our cases, how will this affect cases that are ongoing, that are underway now?
So, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I believe this general counsel, the intent is not to prohibit us in utilizing other legal counsel that's already been approved or may be approved in the future to handle specific litigation.
Okay, thank you.
I do have serious concerns about making this firm our general counsel. The bill for them for 1 month was $22,000. It's an inordinate amount of money. Normally, and you can look on the warrant list, what we spend on our other attorneys, $3,000 to $5,000 a month, $5,000 maybe if it was a busy month, $22,000 in a month. That's crazy. And I know from conversations with the attorney. Just being honest, not impressed, you know? There were things he should have known he didn't know that I knew, and I'm I'm no expert. I personally do not think that they are a good choice. I think we have a lot of other way more qualified firms in education law. I think they have some specializations that could be helpful, but as far as general counsel goes, I definitely do not think this is the firm for us.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. Anybody else?
Have you suggested that we look at any of those firms? Is there some in particular that you could maybe give us a couple of names?
Well, it's Atkinson Andelson. I mean, if you talk to any,
we've already
know.
been through that.
I'm just
We've
going
been
to
down
tell
that
you,
road.
I know there's one guy you don't like, and I still don't know why, but my point is, I mean, maybe you can tell me sometime,
Sure.
but
You were here. So.
I know, but I don't know what it was.
Okay, go ahead.
I missed it.
That's-
I know it was that night,
I
but
see.
I don't know what happened.
Okay.
So you can tell me sometime.
Yeah, I mean.
But my point being that barring that one attorney, school districts throughout the state, that is the top-notch firm. And for us to move away from them because of a bad experience, I think is, personally, this is my opinion, it's detrimental to our district. They're a great firm. Everyone I've heard from, they're like, oh my gosh, you guys are getting rid of Atkinson and Andelson. They are the go-getters. That firm has so much expertise. So it's disappointing to me that we're putting someone else in the place that I don't think has the right expertise as general counsel. That's my opinion, and I'm sad to see Atkinson and Andelson.
I would just love to understand what it is. There's only a small handful of these firms that do this kind of work, and Huff is one of those ones. I think Greg Rowland's firm is another one. There's not a lot of these that are out there, and with the relationship and the amount of mistrust, that caused a lot of issues with
For
us
you.
as a governing board. No, with us as a governing board.
Not me.
It created a ton of issues
Well,
with us as a governing
Okay,
board,
you
as a
three,
team.
but not Steve and I.
No, it created an issue for all of us and between
I
all
would
of us.
disagree with
With
that.
the communication, with accusations
We
of
totally
Brown
know we
Act
disagree, and by the way,
Anyway.
we've done
What
this
I'm
on the
saying
last
is-
board meeting
Anyway.
for a half an
What is
hour.
it- what is
So
it
let's
that
just
you're
take this to
looking for?
vote.
I'd love to just understand.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Understand what I'm
There we
looking
go.
for.
Yeah, what's
A
missing?
better qualified firm. I've spoken to Huff and I was not impressed.
Okay,
He couldn't answer simple questions. He didn't know simple things. There were some things that have happened that
Okay.
were silly that he didn't understand, and so that's
Maybe-
my opinion.
okay. Well, maybe
I
we-
know I'm spitting in the wind
I
here,
would love,
but I
I
just
would
have
love
to
to
say
talk
it.
about additional resources because we have talked about that. but-
Mrs.
Sure.
Wiersma wants to bring up something.
When I was researching different firms and things, I did note that Atkinson had a major loss in Santa Monica, I believe, millions. I think it was 20, 30, 40 million. It was a huge, huge loss for the firm. So I know that you're speaking to their abilities and what they've accomplished, but there are definitely things on the other side that I've looked at with that particular firm. And I will say I have full faith and confidence in Orbach and Huff. He has been of great help, and he will be wonderful general counsel. So
Well, I'm glad you think so.
Mr. Schwartz?
22,000. I mean, come
Can
on.
we call the question because it's obvious what the answer is?
I've already made a motion, so we could easily just get the is there a motion and a second?
moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, say nay.
Nay.
Motion adopted, 3-2. Number 3, resolution number 2023-2401. Order, so we can conduct business. Thank you. I know it's late, but I'm going to wake you up. Let us conduct business, please, and, yeah, thank you. So 2023-2401 of the Board of Temecula Valley Unified School District designation of district authorized signers and/or representatives to the Office of the Public School Construction. I call for a motion and a second on this.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor? Okay, Ms. Barker. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion adopted 4-0, and Mrs. Barclay abstained.
No, she's in the bathroom.
Well, what else are you going to say?
She's absent.
Absent. Motion adopted 4-0 either way. Authorization for Assistant Superintendent of Business Support Services to award construction contracts between board meetings for fiscal year 2023-24. Do we have any discussion on this?
Moved.
Second.
Okay, call for a motion and a second. It's moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 4-0. And then one in the bathroom, abstaining. 5, admin.
Let's just stick with that.
Absence, abstaining in the bathroom. Add amendment to employment agreement. Amendment to employment agreements for Assistant Superintendent's Business Support Services, Human Resources Development, and Student Support Services between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and Nicole Lash, Francisco Arce, and Nicole Deas. Do you have any discussion on this?
Moved.
Okay,
Second.
moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
Discussion?
Aye.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, having worked with these three great people for almost 2.5 years, we're lucky to have them working in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other discussion? Okay,
Agreed.
agreed. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 5-0. 6, memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the Empowerment Center and Temecula Valley Unified School District for application to Family University Training Agreement. Any discussion on this?
I have a quick question.
Yep, Mr. Gonzalez.
What is the actual rate of engagement that we get through Family University? Do we ever track how many people attend these events or open rates on it, anything like that?
Yes, I'm so glad that you asked this question, Mr. Gonzalez, because I was prepared to answer this because, as you know, it's one of our goals to increase our engagement with Family University. So we do track, and sometimes we'll get 5 parents, and sometimes we'll get 60 parents. Sometimes it's depending on the topic. Our goal with Family University, and especially our Empowerment Center moving into this year, if you actually have been in my office recently, you'll see a poster on the wall that says Family Engagement, and it has our Family University nights on there with just the different ideas that we are going to promote this year in the continuance of growing our Family University. So we felt that Family University is so powerful that rather than stopping it, we're going to put our efforts in increasing the attendance. And this contract with our Empowerment Center is big in terms of what we're able to offer our families. So we have varied attendance. It's never as high as we want, but we're looking forward to increase this year.
So what is the specific value add, if you will, that we believe Family University brings to our district? I understand what the resources and the conversations are. I've looked at a lot of the topics, but it's just never been something that, as a busy parent, I think we've ever decided that we wanted or we needed to be involved in.
I think it's, sometimes the topics vary according to what parents are interested in, but I'm going to give one example that is pretty highly attended, and as a parent, I've voluntold my teenagers to attend with me, and that's the fentanyl awareness that we do. That is incredible, and if we haven't had high attendance, we need to. If you are a parent listening, you need to attend. This is an extremely important topic. So when we have our presenters come in who have lived experiences and are currently working through different systems that we're trying to assist in making sure that fentanyl awareness is increased along with legislation. Those are the kinds of things that we bring to our parents. And actually that was alluded to in Mr. Vickery's presentation this evening. We've partnered with them in that. So that's one example of what we do. There's others that are involved with supporting your students in the classroom, engagement at home and related to great parenting practices. Not every parent may want to hear that. Maybe depending on the month, you may want to. So that's kind of why we are hoping to increase our advertisement of this to increase our attendance.
Thank you, I
Right.
appreciate
Oh,
it.
and Nicole Ash just reminded me that last year we did have something that was well-attended and powerful on social media. And we do record these, and they are available for parents to watch afterwards. So if you cannot attend the actual parent university, typically you have access to what was discussed.
That's great. And I think we found yet another thing that our parent engagement team can assist with. So.
Okay. Oh, yes. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay, seconded by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 5-0. And for clarity, since it's late in the hour and I've made a wee bit of a mistake here, Mrs. Barclay, you were absent for items 3 and 4, not abstaining.
Not
That's right.
standing.
Absent.
Sorry.
Okay.
Don't do it again.
Just, for the minutes, gotta. 7, variable term waiver request for the 2023-24 school year.
Moved.
Yeah. Okay, call for a motion, a second. It was moved by Mr. Schwartz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 5-0. 8, California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538, Temecula Valley Unified School District Memorandum of Understanding, Incentive and Referral Program, hard-to-fill positions. Yes, do I have a motion, a second on this?
Moved.
Can I ask
We have a question, okay.
just a quick question on it? Do we have the stats on that? I think we've talked about it, but the numbers, I would love to hear your statement again, just in summarizing what you saw as a result of this, and if you see it playing out for another year and tracking it.
Sure. So I should start by saying we actually implemented this MOU in January, so we have some limited data. The data looks promising so far, so we feel that another year of implementation would give us a more in-depth analysis of what we're looking at. But this was specifically to recruit and incentivize people to fill some hard-to-fill positions on the classified side. So since the MOU was implemented, we had 7 applicants for bus driver position, 20 for child nutrition, 9 applicants for van automobile driver, 22 applicants for instructional aid 2, 28 applicants for instructional aid 28, 30 child care, instructional aid 3, I'm sorry, I think I said 28 again. 30 applicants for child care aid, 6 applicants for crossing guards. Some of those have submitted the referral as well, so we've had employees submit those forms. But we feel that another year would give us some more data to look at how many of these folks actually make the probationary period to be eligible then for the bonus meeting that time frame. So our recommendation is continue to move forward with it. This is a very unique type of MOU, and it's looking like it's successful thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Okay, I think we had a motion, a second. Let me revisit that. Okay.
Yes.
Was it moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Schwartz? Did you have a question?
No, I made the motion.
Got it. And then, Mr. Schwartz, did you second it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Motion adopted. We have comments. 1? Okay. We have a public comment for a new classified administrative job description, public information coordinator.
Jean Femia?
Hi, it's me again. My name is Jean Femia. I've lived in Temecula since 1987, and my 3 youngest children were educated in Temecula public schools. I do not appreciate your spending tax dollars for consultants, attorneys, and in this case, district staff to fix problems that did not exist until you arrived on the board. CRT was not a problem. You implied that it was taught in Temecula public schools, but where's the evidence? Getting competent legal advice was not a problem, with 6 excellent attorney firms under district contract. Superintendent McClay was experienced, effective, and respected. Not a problem. And the new K-5 social studies curriculum, studied by 47 of our teachers and piloted with 1,300 families, was not a problem. This item says that the district needs to hire a public relations coordinator to manage the district's image and write press releases for the board. How did TVUSD maintain an excellent reputation for the last 40 years without this PR person? Again, the district image was not a problem until you came on the board. Spending money on problems that don't exist is not my idea of conservative. It's not what trustees do. You probably look at me up here and think, oh, there's that grandma again. So let me tell you the story, because that's what grandmas do. 25 years ago, in a city called Temecula, 3 people on the school board formed what they called a conservative majority. They bought out the superintendent's contract for $160,000, not $360,000, but it was still a lot of money then, and they fired her, even though she was highly effective and respected. They spent money unnecessarily, they threatened to ban learning materials, and they ignored the majority of parents. That's not my idea of conservative. That's not what trustees do. I was instrumental in removing them from office. I'm very disappointed we're going down this road again. Thank you.
Okay, I have discussion. So in the governing handbook, we had a mechanism in place for the executive committee to make press releases. And, you know, the executive committee just means the board president and the board clerk, whoever that is. But we had a mechanism to reach out to the public, which we did a few times, and it's free. We had the mechanism. So we don't have that now because on board consensus, you know, that was pulled, you might say. And then on top of that, we also have Jimmy Evans, who's, you know, good at marketing, good at getting the word out. You know, just for example, this last roundabout, when we had the Newsom tweet, and it was, you know, it was a big deal. Well, how do we do this press release? How do we do this? All these news stations are getting a hold of us, and we didn't have clear consensus because we could not real-time email board members from a lawyer because we've been told that was a Brown Act in the past. So then it was like, all right, I'll do a press release statement, but it's personal on, you know, this is just Joseph Komrosky speaking. So we were in a conundrum because of what was pulled, the mechanism that we had in place where the executive team could easily make a press release on behalf of the board. So there's disagreement there. So now my problem is, a concern is that this position requires a lot of money, but it puts us in the same position, Mr. Gonzalez, that you had a concern with on the governing board when you said you don't want a statement going out unless the board's involved. So how would the board be involved with the position that works for the district? Would they just do it on their own, or would the board have oversight? Because that was your concern on the governing board when the executive team could do a press release. So do you have that same concern now? Or do you just trust that if this position's filled, they'll do the right thing for the district and the board with no oversight from us?
Yeah, and I can only tell you my hope and my vision for this position and the team that works around this. I was not focused on press releases when we were talking about creating this team. This was more about that engagement with our community and with our parents, with our staff, both internal and external communications. Having the actual mission, vision of the marketing, and then allowing Mr. Evans to be able to create content and to work in the capacity that he has. I have the aid of living with a marketing, you know, director. I see a lot of areas that we could improve in that area, both in social media, in just the parent engagement opportunities at back to school nights, all of these things. But having somebody and a team of people that Jimmy Evans would absolutely be a part of, but this would be a position over, I think, what Jimmy Evans' position would be. And there would be an entire team built around that. As far as fiscal impacts, I know we've already discussed that. I have made some suggestions on some areas that we could save some money. That this is a priority of this board and has been. It has been a priority of many boards, but it's been a lot of talk and not a lot of action and results from that desire to have that honest two-way communication. I want to actually do something that we can measure and that we can look back on and say, this has been the progress and this is how we're working towards that goal. I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen it in the last few years. I know we have a lot of accolades. I know we do a lot of things very well, but this is one area that I think we all agreed we could improve on.
Got it. So I have one more tidbit. Sorry, Mr. Schwartz. And then, so you want to emphasize the internal communication within the district, not just the outside. And that's why I led off with press release.
Having this person, the right person in this position, which I think is imperative that we get the right person in this position, that would also be able to, we're collaborative, but somebody that could focus on messaging, somebody that could help you draft a press release from the district's perspective, instead of, just the board. I mean, the district should be putting out press releases.
Right, so now let me lead with this in a different direction. Do you think this person could help? Remember how you talked about the lack of involvement of parents with adopting the curriculum? That's why we're here tonight, to discuss this last action item. Do you think this person would be involved in marketing that hard? Because remember you said there was like 15 parent comments out of 1,300?
Just putting together.
Or is that not?
Just putting together a working email campaign in and of itself. Just being able to build an email that is drafted in a way that it gets engagement, where you're tracking the open rates. There's different softwares that are used. So we can look at it and say, okay, we sent it out at this time of day, and we get a lot of engagement when we send emails out on, Tuesday at 6 o'clock. And so this is the time now that we're going to send email, so we get the maximum amount of engagement. It's these little things that we can do to improve that relationship and truly focusing on that aspect.
So I think we're back to the wheel problem, because we have a wheel and we have a department. And I know that there's been a gap, but I mean, the history was because there was no one before Jimmy came. There was a gap and no PIO at all.
We
So
eliminated the position, so this is now revisited.
No, so so there was a PIO years ago, then there wasn't. Then Jimmy came, then he had, they left. And then they tried to refill it and they didn't. This was before us.
I understand. I know who Laura
Okay.
Boss was, and I know who Marianne Edwards was, who was in the position after her. And then we eliminated the position, and later on we brought Jimmy on.
Correct. So, and now there's 2 people in that department. So we have a department of 2 now.
Right.
So, I mean, when I read this job description, for one thing, this person is under Jimmy. It's not over Jimmy.
No.
Yeah, it says right here. Under the direction of the superintendent and the marketing communication innovation officer. This is a public information coordinator.
Not supposed to be.
So they're a coordinator, not a director, for one thing. So, and I think the problem is that what you're asking for is available. So if we haven't gotten those things, that's where we can, once again, those are things that need to come, through the vehicles that we have as board members. So what those vehicles are is that when we get to the end of the meeting and it says future agenda items, then you say, I'm concerned about our communications plan. Can we have a report and a discussion on that? So that's how, because as a board, we have to operate in the public eye. We can't have backroom discussions. And I think, this is just an overarching comment, but we're missing that piece. We need to operate in the public eye. So when we have concerns, curriculum, you say, I've been asking since February, we have to ask here. This is where we have to do our work. And so same with this, if you have concerns, because Jimmy's position has morphed over time. When I first came on, I was like, this was top of my list, was this communications. And I think it is improving, but it's taken some time. And I still have concerns as well that I'd like to see, and I'm totally with you. But Jimmy does track those emails. He tracks the time and the open rate. Yeah, he sent us a report. Maybe not recently, but in the past, I have seen
I'm just
those
saying
reports.
that a lot was based
So-
on this, the position that we were in with this current curriculum adoption. And
Sure.
I saw, as we've gone through it, I've seen a lot of different areas where
Sure.
somebody in a leadership position in that department could definitely help.
Possibly, but
Definitely.
I guess my point is that just adding one more position and one more layer, I don't know if that's going to solve the issue that you have. I think we need to go back to the wheel fully discuss the wheel, the two people who are there, what are they doing, what are their roles, what do we like, what do we not like?
We
And
have been
then
discussing it. Can we get a
I've
little
n-
bit more feedback
well-
from that, Dr. Velez?
So
Again,
let me,
public eye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Barclay, go ahead. No.
I was just saying you might have, but that's not, we have never discussed it. So that's where I take issue is I get it, but we can't have these side conversations because we're on a school board, which I know in practically speaking, it's ridiculous that we can't, but we need to have the discussions and
I apologize, this has been 100% kind of my brainchild. I've been trying to work out particulars, and this is the first time I'm being able to bring it to the board to actually have a discussion. This job description may need to be revised. There may be, it's all of these great things that we're talking. I just want to start having a conversation. This is important.
Perfect.
And it's going to be crucial in getting this, curriculum across the finish line.
agreed. I think there are a lot of things that we can do to improve parent engagement and our communication, 100%. I'm just, once again, asking, like, let's look at what we have, where are the strengths, where are the weaknesses? Can the two people we have now do that? And side note, really the board should not be doing press releases, like you said. They need to come from the district. And they need to be few and far between. We don't need to make a response to every single thing that pops up on social media, or else we're gonna just get ourselves in a real jam.
If I can just share a couple things, Ms. Barclay. So I know that this has been something that Mr. Gonzalez had been speaking about for some time, just in terms of the parent engagement piece. We tried to embed within the job description not only the parent engagement piece, but also kind of, that press releases, those types of things for the board. I would like to suggest a couple of things. If this is voted in tonight as approval on this job description, one of the things that I would suggest, based on Dr. Komrosky's comment about, who is giving, is the full board giving agreement on press releases? Is it just Dr. Komrosky? What does that look like? My suggestion would be two things. My suggestion would be to have our legal weigh in on exactly what that would look like so nobody is in violation of the Brown Act. But in addition, what I would also suggest is, if possible, based on board priorities, which we still have to get to, board priorities, really bringing back our governance handbook to clarify that language so everyone's on the same page, so that there is clarity amongst the five of you in terms of how do you, as a governance body, who speaks? Do you guys all have input? So I think that's an important conversation we need to have. Another note to think about, if Mr. Gonzalez or if anyone wants to bring this back with revisions, we can do that. I heard a little bit of concern, maybe we need to beef up a couple of areas. I'm okay with that. And maybe Ms. Barclay looking at certain areas that we may need to see what Mr. Evans is already doing. I'm okay with that. I just want to be able to offer, we're open to bringing revisions back if the board determines that's what they want to do, or you have the ability to vote on this tonight. So.
And I honestly would not suggest that we vote on this tonight. I think we do need a little bit more time to look at this. In the very near future, I'd like to bring it back. I do have a concern because Ms. Barclay did point out that it does say that this is under the direction of the superintendent and marketing, communication, and innovation officer. So this was supposed to be the person who's setting the mission and the vision, and the person who's bringing in all of that expertise in marketing, communications, and innovation. So how does this work? Because the title is different than what we discussed, and then the reporting is a little bit different.
The other factor to look into as well is we'll be looking for a new superintendent, so I don't know if that makes a difference in this particular position, but it might be something to chat about. The other thing to point out is I think there's a tension. So my question is, when you look at what's happened with the textbooks and the communication that's gone out to parents via certain groups, we were left wanting, trying to figure out how to communicate truth, and the fact that students would have materials, and we weren't hearing the district on that, and parents weren't hearing that. And that was just one issue that I know you're referring to, and that would be my concern. How are we going to work through this? Because there are issues internally, and there's great things like open house and getting parents engaged and volunteering on the campuses. And I see this person speaking into this mightily, but then there's those internal things where we're going to want to make sure we have a discussion about that, but there may not always be agreement. So how is this person going to speak to the cause effectively? That's a concern I have.
And I would say that any organization of our size has communications departments and has internal and external comms teams. And any successful one has them paid very well, and they're very talented at what they do, because communication is key to an organization, especially one that serves the public. So
I would agree with what you said, Danny, to table this and talk about it some more, okay?
Mr. Schwartz, I want to weigh in one more time before we take this to vote. Just as a point of clarity, employment standards, knowledge, and abilities, direct mission and vision. We have no vision statement for our district. I've been saying this since day one. We need a vision statement, because if we hire somebody to do this and in the very title says direct mission and vision, if we don't have a vision statement, I'm not sure what we're directing.
We haven't revised the vision, right? We still have one until...
Mr. Gonzalez, let me finish.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we directing 5 board members' visions collectively? The district doesn't have a vision, so there's a vagueness there when we don't even have that. So we really need to direct our attention to that as well before this gets solidified, because I'm not sure what vision you're talking about. And there's ambiguity, because then there's 5 board members' vision. So
Sure.
It is a point that we really have to address.
And I understand completely. I think that the mission that I was talking about and the reoccurring theme, I think, for the last 5 or 6, boards that have been here, parent engagement and that two-way communication has always been on a top priority in the top 2 or 3 every time. It's been a continual thing that we've tried to build upon. I haven't seen that level of improvement since I was watching this after COVID ended and we tried to go into this era now. So I'm just trying to improve on that. I would like to maybe give some next steps for this. If I understood your concern or your question, what you'd like to see from this is more of an understanding. Is it of the reporting of this position, or is it of who's deciding what the mission and vision is?
Yeah, and we could direct that to executive committee. We can, maybe the next board meeting, I don't know if we bring in the governing handbook for that one part or some other exercise where we as a governing board figure out our own vision collectively. Then this,
I think
if this gets
ultimately,
voted in, it's
I think ultimately the immediate need is to build that portal for parents to engage and to build in those opportunities. And I was anxious to try to get this going for the start of the school year, especially while we work on this curriculum and getting that parent feedback, having those additional resources to put in place. That's the main component for me right now. There's a lot of other things that I think we'll be able to build and develop, though, if we get the right person.
Then one alternative is to just drop the word vision for now. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we bring this back and we don't have a vision statement, you just drop the word vision, done. Now it doesn't conflict with something we don't have. That's what I'm saying. You can't direct.
I think they need to set the vision, though. That's part of hiring this person, is they're the person that understands, not the vision of necessarily the board or the district, but the vision on the marketing strategy, right? So we may be talking about two separate things here.
And I just want to reiterate too, and I kind of said this lightly before, we need to revisit board priorities, because as a collective board, one of your responsibilities is setting the vision and mission for the district in terms of what we're working on. So we really do need to revisit that, which I think will give some clarity to some of this conversation.
Next board meeting?
We could,
Well,
yes.
I mean,
well, in the topic of board priorities, I mean, that's what we're supposed to do in January.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we're really, really late on that, because that's where, for the superintendent, they build, we build their deliverables based on our board priorities, and we don't even have those, and that's what we were supposed to have done in January.
Absolutely. Do we have consensus maybe to put that on for the next board meeting? Because I'm all for it.
Well, the problem is, we skipped 2 things tonight that are gonna be extremely time-consuming.
I would like to suggest that at our next meeting where we talk about the board planning calendar, as I had indicated to you in an email about deciding on board workshops and deciding on study sessions, it would be my recommendation that this come back as a priority, as a board workshop to set the vision and mission for the school board.
Okay.
It's gotta be, yeah, it's gotta be a workshop. It's just really long.
Can I just add one quick thing?
Absolutely.
As far as reporting goes, we've had a PIO in the past, and I think we're looking to really revamp that position, and I really see a heavy reliance on communication. Separately, Mr. Evans had a job description that was specifically built around a certificated employee, and that person being an instructional leader first. When we're talking marketing, innovation, communication, it's from that lens of instruction. And so we were very intentional when we made that position that it be a certificated person and the voice of a former teacher / site administrator. So I 100% can see the vision for this and their lane, and it being a classified position. I just would be hesitant to say that they oversee the work of Mr. Evans. I kind of see it in its own lane, in that heavy, in like a communications major or a separate thing from really what Mr. Evans does. So I think the intention when we say it's under the direction of the superintendent and that marketing, communication, and innovation officer, when it was drafted, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but maybe it's just so that way they're not stepping on each other's feet, that there's collaboration there. But we can definitely make this position report directly to the superintendent in their own lane, keep it separate, exactly, and just make sure that that collaboration happens so that the one department knows that what the other one is doing. But I would be very hesitant to say that this person oversees the work of Mr. Evans.
And I would love to sit down with Jimmy and maybe you and kind of go over those roles and responsibilities, what it is that he oversees, and where he sees this new position supporting that. But I definitely see this position as more of a vision role that kind of directs the social media and what we should be posting, how we should be posting it, a lot deeper, I guess, than what we've already been seeing. Jimmy doesn't come from a marketing background, so he comes from a teaching background. We're looking for somebody who comes from a marketing and a public relations background.
So do you want to have a motion to table this for the next meeting with
I
modification?
will make a motion to table this until the next board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion adopted 5-0 to table.
Dr. Komorowski, can I ask
Yeah.
one question? I heard a lot of discussion just about this position in terms of kind of collaboration moving forward. I would like to suggest that we look at, I know, another subcommittee. We're going to need a diagram with the subcommittees, but I would like to suggest that I know I've been working again with Mr. Gonzalez on this. I think it would be important to designate with board consensus someone else to be on that committee with him as well. You have a hand
I
up.
volunteer to be on that committee since I'm not on any committees now.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
yes.
Schwartz.
Thank you.
All right, we have a subcommittee officially. Here we go. 10, interim administrative, and thank you for that suggestion, Dr. Velez. I think it'll help. 10, interim administrative stipend 2022-23 for Dr. Kimberly Velez.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 5-0. 11, approval of contract for Nicole Deas as interim assistant superintendent educational support services. Do I have a motion, a second on this? Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion adopted 5-0 here. 12, here we are, elementary social science curriculum. And we have, how many comments? Oh, this is exciting. 12 public comments.
Midnight.
I need a picture.
Next. Do we still have closed session items?
And just a friendly reminder, if you've already spoken on this topic in public comments, maybe you don't want to now. Just saying.
Okay, first up, we have Christy McClure, followed by Julie Geary.
I will be very quick. As we're looking at, a lot of things have been discussed about local control and the parents' voice and voted in with the majority, and all of those things are very true. And this is a public school system. And so there are all of these rules and guidelines that you all have to follow in your jobs, that you can't just choose to do whatever you want because of voters or personal opinions or values. We've talked about them all this whole year, right? There's the Williams Act, there's the FAIR Act, there's California Ed Code. There's all these different things that fall under being a California public school. And it doesn't matter what our personal beliefs are. And I think all of us in the room, everyone up here, we love these students. We care about the students, and genuinely deep down inside, we think we're doing what's best for them, even if we disagree, even if we let emotions get the better of us and we say things and blurt things out and get kicked out of here. We genuinely all care about the students of this district. I believe that of all of you. I don't think there's malicious intent on any of your parts, but you have to follow the rules. And when you don't, and when we start to cross these lines and make these judgments, again, for what we think is the greater good, but you're still breaking the rules of what you have to follow as a public school board and public school rules. And if we don't have curriculum when the school starts, if we have outdated curriculum, knowing full well that a federal committee is coming and checking up on us, and there is no COVID, there are no good excuses for going into the school year without having a fully vetted curriculum, following all of the guidelines we have to follow. If you're gonna come up with a new curriculum that's not already approved by the state of California, that's a lengthy process with teachers and parent involvement. And we are very short on time. So please, please, please think about all those rules and guidelines that you have to work under as a public school board, and let that drive your decision-making, more so than all these other things that are going on. Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Leslie Demetis.
Hello again. As Christy just mentioned, I also believe that the intentions are good, rooted in good, and that everyone legitimately and truly cares. And I think that I hope that the progress we made towards the processes available to reviewing curriculum and books and resources can apply to these textbooks and curriculum as well. And I won't spend time going over all the wonderful resources that we stand to lose, because we've already covered that in earlier meetings. If you weren't here, you can review that. But I do believe that not adopting the materials because of the connections linked to individuals like Harvey Milk, or groups that were mentioned by Mr. Gonzalez about the Gay Rights Liberation Group, I believe it was, implies that we also may have to ban and remove material that includes similar subjects for people that follow under the same rationale. Some were already given as examples earlier. Ms. Wiersma, you stated earlier that you want content and not controversy, but I argue that you can't have comprehensive content that's not going to have any controversy in it. It's just, in a quick search online, since Mr. Gonzalez brought up the Gay Rights Liberation Group, I found several examples that demonstrate this. Grover Cleveland raped a woman and had her wrongly committed to a mental institution. Albert Einstein had an affair with his cousin and then married her. There's letters by Gandhi to Adolf Hitler titled "Dear My Friend." Henry Ford was a known anti-Semitic and was even praised by Hitler in Mein Kampf. There's Winston Churchill, there's Christopher Columbus, there's George Washington. These examples will go on, and so if we don't want to be hypocritical, and as Ms. Wiersma said, we want to be consistent, our goal is consistency, then how do we not adopt textbooks because of a mention of Harvey Milk when it's going to only lead to banning all kinds of textbooks and topics and resources that are essential to learning. So I hope that we can resort back to our previous discussions on implementing the actual processes that are in place and advocating for parents and teachers and the school boards and all of us to be using these processes instead of banning and limiting the resources and the educational tools that are going to be provided for our kids in their learning. Thank you.
Leslie Demitis, followed by Melissa O'Connor.
Okay, hello. I'm here to speak on item 12 of today's agenda and not bring in any sort of religious scripture into my comment, as this is a public school district and not a church. Also, if there are books in the library that I don't want my kids to read, I am an active parent and tell them not to check them out and why. I don't take away the ability for all students to read those books, as I support parental rights. I'm the mother of 3 TVUSD students, with one of them being part of the TCI pilot. When I asked my son about it, he told me that he thought the lessons were interesting and he liked it better than the old materials they had used. I trust our TVUSD teachers with their choice of textbooks, as they are the experts on the state standards as well as appropriateness for their grade levels, the grade levels they teach. Because of that, I did not look at the books in the school office at first. But I did take a look at them after they were available online, and I did not see anything that is considered inappropriate or any of the other terms board members are using to ban books. I also had no complaints or concerns about the curriculum. I liked that it was current and not outdated. We've been told by Mr. Komorowski that part of the reason it was denied was because of a possible lack of support for EL and special education students, and that is just a deceptive talking point. The online portion of the TCI curriculum allows adjustments for EL students, those with special needs, and students with varying reading and writing ability with just a click. If the online material is removed because of one paragraph in a supplemental article about a historical figure, those additional EL and special education resources are gone for all students. We've also been told that TCI was not approved because of lack of parent input, but when input has been given, it has been ignored. In fact, the same process for approving textbooks has been used for all books this year, yet because TCI mentioned one historical figure in the LGBTQIA+ community in supplemental materials, the parent input was now considered lacking. The LGBTQIA+ community is not just about sex, but for some reason, some of our board members always distill it to that. Students learning about this community do not mean that they are learning about sex. As an actual TVUSD parent, not a person called to attend by a certain board member or church on Instagram, I would like to share my support of the approval of the TCI curriculum, all of the curriculum, including the online part. I ask the board to please approve the entire TCI social studies curriculum to allow for access for all students. We need current textbooks, not 17-year-old books, not books older than all but 2 grade levels out of 13, 14 if we count TK, but current and accessible social studies books for our kids. And because it's not a ballot measure yet, I want to please ask you to join the recall effort to return our school board to one that represents all members of our district. Thank you.
Melissa O'Connor, followed by Matt DeValenthal.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Melissa, and I did come here from out of the county to support the powerful example this board is leading for our state. That's why I'm here, and it's my civic duty that I'm exercising in this great country. Thank you so much for red-pilling the public on Harvey Milk. When you flick little cult gods like Milk from tyrant Gavin Newsom's pedestal, they don't like it. And bully Newsom has to make an example out of you, Temecula. You haven't banned any books here. You've simply done your job by critically reviewing the curriculum and supplemental teaching materials. To appease California's Fair Education Act, you've asked, aren't there other individuals we could teach our children about that are known first for their accomplishments? Harvey Milk is famous only for winning one local election, being murdered over a political dispute, and having sex with men. I can think of better examples to present to children in social studies other than pederast Harvey Milk, who at 33 lived domestically with 16-year-old Jack McKinley in New York. With 18 being the age of consent in California, Milk would have been a statutory rapist had the relationship occurred here. Tyrant Newsom, you failed to include in your brazen Twitter tantrum that Harvey Milk was close with Jim Jones, Marxist cult leader of the notorious People's Temple, who helped Milk win his election before mass murdering 900 Americans. Or that Milk's greatest political achievement was winning only one election and passing an ordinance for San Franciscans to clean up their dog poop. It's time to rewrite your Harvey Milk Day proclamation to be a day where we include the true history of Harvey Milk that is certainly not G-rated. The same club of cult leaders that have destroyed the beautiful city of San Francisco needed a face for the gay rights movement, which is now the trans rights movement, erasing women, and the soon-to-be children have autonomous rights, which will remove any last barrier of protection from predatory leaders like you, Newsom. We've gathered here today to let you know we refuse to drink the Kool-Aid.
Matt? Matt? Okay. Followed by Dan Brown.
Hi, sorry, I guess my handwriting is pretty bad. But yeah, thank you, board members, for being here, for all the work that you do, and thanks to everyone who's made it through this far. It's a nice exercise in democracy. Given that it's late, I'll keep my comments very brief. Just want to add my my name to the people who I support what the newer members of the board are doing. I think that both with regards to obscene materials, being assigned or being available in the classroom, in the library, that's not something that should be in public school again. If parents want to provide that material to their children and talk with them about it in their own house in a private setting, that's perfectly fine. But there has to be some line drawn where there are things that shouldn't be in a public school, and I think that's that's definitely what the board should be doing. Totally support local control. It's ridiculous that state governors reaching down and trying to take that away. It's ridiculous they're trying to push things through the state legislature that would preclude that kind of local control in the future. Yeah, and as far as age-appropriate discussion of sexuality and things like that, I think that's a very good area to draw sort of like a bright red line, so I completely support that. Having recently moved to the area from Claremont and LA County, where there's a very different approach. I mean, people here are saying, oh, I don't see anything, nothing's like, I don't see anything inappropriate going on in the classrooms. There's no kind of indoctrination or anything like that. There's a whole universe out there where there are very different approaches, like in Claremont, the elementary schools, at least some of them, they had, LGBTQ mentors come down and talk to like the kindergartners and first graders, so they could have role models. Maybe they could think about it a bit more, which is something that seems, very far out. Would be very strange to happen here, but that's, that's all within the realm of possibility. In other school districts, things are going on that would be kind of strange here. So if they haven't been going on here, it's maybe because there is maybe a little bit of red line. So I totally support there being, we continue to draw that line and reinforce it. Because again, there are things like if somebody wanted to come and proselytize for different kinds of religious worldviews, if somebody wanted to, all of that would be disallowed in public school, and there's certain things that should just be for the family to discuss. And so that's all I have to say, and I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Dan Brown, followed by Shane Fredrickson.
Yeah, thank you again, board, for the work you're doing with teachers, parents, and keeping with the state standards. Thank you for your time, especially tonight. What does somebody, does someone actually accomplish more or do greater things because they choose to have sex with someone of the same or opposite gender? What causal relationship exists between a sexual preference and accomplishment that warrants instruction before preteens, let alone adolescents? The thought's preposterous. There simply is no relationship. So why the threats and the anger at the questioning of it? Why the slander? Why the failed recall effort? This is not a free speech or a free access issue. We know every teacher can pick and choose what lessons out of their textbooks they want to cover. They can access Seesaw or the internet or get other lessons from supplemental materials. We know that there are some educating outside the curriculum. The students have full access to the internet. In fact, from what I hear, they have outsmarted your own IT department, and they've hacked through your computers, and they're surfing porn and using Snap GPT on their own. There is no obligation for the school, nor is there permission from the parents to provide or highlight a sexual preference out of a textbook, especially when neither aids the student in becoming a better student or a citizen. As parents, we are the ones to make the educational decisions for our kids, not the kids, and definitely not the state. What kids want is not based on rational reality. Proverbs 22:15 says, foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child. You don't remove the foolishness by affirming it or providing it. This board as a whole, regardless of your political, moral, or philosophical views, needs to make a united public statement condemning Governor Hairgel, Thurman, and Jackson for interfering and violating the rights of not only parents, but the teachers. Jesus said, what you submit to, you become a slave of. So let me warn you to be very careful about handing over your powers for political expediency. You will lose your power and you will never get it back. You will turn every school board and trustee into a puppet, which is nothing more than an empty-headed plaything. Thank you.
Shane Frederickson, followed by Ross Johnston.
Good evening. My name is Sean Frederickson. I was blessed with the opportunity before this meeting to go out and speak with the people that are in this room for a moment, just briefly asking them what brought them here. Why do they feel compelled to speak? Why are they sitting through a 5-6 hour meeting to share their opinion? And it's amazing how divisive it was. It was so divisive, it felt much like a high school prom. The girls were on one side, the boys on the other, terrified of each other, not sharing any ideas, more or less just staring, hoping somebody would say something. That was me. What I found is we all have something in common. We want our children to be healthy. We want to ensure our homes are secure. We want to have food in our cabinets. We want to ensure our bills are paid. We want to preserve American liberty in this republic. And we also want to stand against the sexualization of children. Right? Wait. See, that's the point of contention that I ran into, is there were one group of people that were adamant to stand against the sexualization of kids, which is why there were so many parents here. But I ran into another group, the teachers, that all they wanted to do is justify their reasoning for introducing a wedge to allow sexualization into the school. Because why would we not, just in, I don't know, a month or two, allow some drag queen to stand up here and entertain us all? Because it's healthy for the children, isn't it? Well, where is the boundary is the problem. So these teachers would celebrate some man and his penis hanging out because they love the idea of the sexualization of society because they despise boundary. You shake your head, Miss Barclay, but obviously the people behind you have no boundary for sexuality. They despise Christianity because of the moral law which is established within the Christian religion.
Just relate this to the curriculum because it's all, you got to relate it to the curriculum.
Thank you. So the point of the fact is you're allowing a wedge to come in through your curriculum. The sexualization of children using Harvey Milk as a wedge is brilliant because you can focus on the fact that he's a marginalized minority person while you introduce the smallest wedge. Therefore, we could have an LGBTQ drag queen dancing up here at the next one, which your teachers would be so grateful if you did. The problem is Christianity. Parents have made the strong stance to say no. We want our children to be raised in a moral household. Why is the school introducing sexual ideas? The wedge. You start small and you bust it open. Therefore, you can be like the LA Unified School District having the drag queen shows in time. It needs to stop.
Ross Johnson, followed by Alexa Dupart. Ross Johnson. Okay, Alexa Dupart.
Hi, I just wanted to talk a little bit today about how wonderful our teachers are. They volunteer their time to do a pilot study, and they meet. I've been in this district for, well, I think about 10 years. I've been a parent. I've had 2 kids, one still in high school, and I can't say enough about how wonderful this district is and the teachers in it. I know a lot of elementary teachers, and I trust them. They vetted this program. They had choices. They went through a process, the process that we have to adopt a curriculum. And I just would like to say, please, I hope you adopt this curriculum and forego any further deliberations and delay for the start of the school year. It's clearly a good curriculum. I read the piece that, has caused a lot of people to come up here and say wildly crazy things. And it read as a police report, it read as just fact. These are the things about Harvey Milk. Supplemental curriculum, parents have the right to opt in, opt out. They have all the information, the tools are there, pick up the tools, use them, the process is here, let's move forward. 1,300 families, 47 teachers, 11 or 15 comments? I'm not exactly sure, but that's quite a low number. So I think, that's just what I'd like to say, and thank you.
Emil Barham, followed by Skylar Temple, sorry.
Hello again. I have a 3.5-year-old living with me at home, and he's coming. So I'm watching, and I'm concerned about this curriculum. I wasn't able to come to the 3 o'clock meeting, so I was there for maybe 30 minutes. But I don't know if the kindergarten curriculum was discussed, but Mr. Gonzalez had made a point about DEI, for example, and I don't know if that was addressed by the publisher, but I had some concerns about that. Not about the diversity element, not about the inclusion element, but about the equity element and how that fit into how that was going to be presented, for example, to a kindergartner. I want my little guy at home to work hard and to earn his rewards. And I'm not a believer in equal outcomes. I don't think that it's realistic, so I had some concerns about that. I don't want to have to explain unless it comes up in the natural course of conversation. I don't want to have to talk about Harvey Milk. And I know he's going to ask, if he sees gay activists in a 4th grade curriculum, he's going to ask, what is this? If it comes up in the natural course where he sees posters of families with 2 mommies or 2 daddies, I want to be the one that talks to him about those things. But looking at that curriculum outside of that, I thought it was a pretty good curriculum. I mean, as a social studies teacher at the high school and the college level, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I didn't really see anything else that was objectionable outside of the discussions on climate change, which I thought were one-sided. And I would hope that if those topics come up, which I think that they should, because I think students need to know about both sides of climate change. And those are my concerns about this curriculum. And again, the teacher, no matter what curriculum you adopt, the teachers are going to drive the narrative. That's just the facts of the matter. And as a parent, I'm going to go back to what I said during my public comments. I want to be able to be engaged with what's being taught on a daily basis. And I think, you have your policies that, I can come here and I can disagree or whatever. I want to be able to see what my little guy is going to be learning.
Thank you.
Last comment, Skylar Temple.
Wow, I get to round out the evening. It's glad to be back, hey everyone. Thanks for sticking it out till 11:41 p.m. And since it is actually still the 18th, I think it's a little poetic that today is July 18th, because exactly 1 week ago today, on July 11th, a ship, the USNS Harvey Milk, was accepted into service by the United States Navy. I think that's commendable. I think that the United States Navy, recognizing that a former Navy sailor had an incredible impact on his community and that he deserved a ship named after him. I believe they vetted him correctly and that ship's naming honors his legacy. And it's really interesting that folks like to attack Harvey Milk, a man who they like to simplify down as a guy who we remember in history because he was gay. We don't remember him for being a successful business owner who started a business association, who used that business association to help get him elected to office, and who was assassinated for his views while in office. It's really interesting that that's the point of contention, and that's what we're choosing to spend our time on. Not the fact that our community has always thrived from having great educational materials. It's interesting, I was surprised to learn that this current social studies curriculum for K-5 was originally adopted back in 2006, if my understanding is correct. That made me 8 years old. I learned this same curriculum that our students now are still learning. I think that's a little outdated. I'm 25 now, right? I've gone to college, I've been able to live life and understand it. And I truly wish that this TCI curriculum was adopted, because I fully believe that it prepares students for the real world, to understand the world, because it is not black and white. It is multicolored with a lot of gray in between as well. And this curriculum prepares our students for the real world. That is what public education is here to do. Whether you want to go into college right away to pursue a career, go right into a career straight out of college or straight out of high school, that is what public education is here to do. By choosing to debate a man who actually had significant contributions and is worthy of a simple little paragraph, the fact that that is your hang-up, it sickens me. I really think that we can do better for our students. Time and time again, you've shown that you can't serve our students. Time and time again, you've shown me as a former student that you are incapable of my belief that I want to raise my kids in this district. With that, don't forget, recallall3.org. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can do this. We can separate. I can call for a motion on kindergarten. Then we can deal with the 1 through 5. Call for a motion on the kindergarten.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. Now we're on to the 1 through 5. Now I know we've had quite a bit of discussion on the board workshop. We have all TCI, no TCI, hybrid between 1 through 5.
Call the question. We've discussed this ad infinitum.
There's definitely more discussion to be had, and I
I
don't know the best
called
way to
the
do it.
question.
That's right, you did, Steve, but do we have a second? Because if we don't have a second, it's not calling the question. Do we have a second? There is no second, so we have a discussion. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for calling to question, and thank you, board, for, so here we are.
I just want to thank everybody for weighing in today. This is really a defining point for the district and for the board, and I appreciate all of your input. We've heard a lot of different viewpoints, and I've spent hours on this. I will tell you that the way I feel doesn't revolve around one particular controversial person. I was always after robust academics. The parent and citizen involvement, as per Ed Code, was important. And I did feel like guardrails needed to be in place. In looking through social studies, I do see the bias. I feel like social issues tend to be more of the strength than actual history components and geography and civics. And I do know we have wonderful teachers. So first of all, let me say thank you to our teachers. I do value you. It's really unfortunate that tonight we didn't talk about in the workshop, because we did run out of time, the fact that we do have the ability, we do need to make a decision tonight. I think that is vital. We do have the ability to choose to continue to hold on to what we have as we move forward in talking about all of the aspects that came up tonight. And I think that we owe that to the community. We owe it to the families who have concerns. We'll be seeking a new superintendent who will help us in terms of leadership and implementation. That makes a difference. I will tell you, I've had skin in the game from the beginning, and the entire process has been flawed. And there have been times where there hasn't been a representation of truth. We will be Fair Act compliant. We are K through 12. Standards are what's required, and it's so important, and I want you to know we want those for our students. Framework is different. They're not one and the same. I think input from the inception was necessary, and when I talked to a mom this morning whose children were looking at this material, she felt like the social issues and the anxiety with her second grader as she read through some of the different aspects of water issues and pollution and global warming. Yes, these things are all valid, and I think it comes back again to the maturity of the student. When one of our teachers recently traveled to Sacramento to speak, I didn't feel like she shared the truthful work of what we've done in the district, and I think that's been an example of just the mixed messaging. Those are legislators who have accused us of discrimination and book banning when adopting curriculum is one of the highest priorities that we have. It's why I've spent hours. I think it's important to realize that the communication up there was that the discrimination aspect and Harvey Milk should be included. And we've heard from people with varying viewpoints. What I feel is the best solution at this point is to continue with what we've had, because we can. We can continue to meet the Williams Act with a 1-to-1. We can get the workbooks that we need, and we need to take the time. It is not a ban to TCI. It is not censoring anything. It is saying we're gonna listen to the people and figure out what the method to the madness will be, because I truly think as a community, what we're doing is we are setting the pace in the state of California to do what's best for the kids. And I think that we need to take the time to do it. There was another connection that I noted as I studied from the Our Family Coalition, and they've been involved in writing the rubrics for middle school and high school. There is a connection there, and I did call to ask. What I'm saying is there are further things to discover. I didn't get the teacher's edition until just a couple of days ago. I had to send it to Dr. Komrosky because he hadn't received it. So I've always been on the back end trying to do my best to make sure that core knowledge is there. And I heard a high school student speak tonight, or she had graduated, and she wants history, all history taught. I've always wanted that. I've always wanted us to learn from our mistakes. We're not here to whitewash anything, but we shouldn't be doing it with bias. We should make sure it's academically rigorous and that we do take into account there are some controversial issues that we need to speak to and we need to value. Sally Ride is a lesbian. I'd love to talk about her and her accomplishments. She's amazing. I don't have problems with the orientation. It's the sexualization, as that's mentioned, and it's the proper time for introducing these things, and of course, revolving around parental rights and input. The founders had a culturally revolutionary viewpoint of the dignity of humanity, and when they founded the country, they put the building blocks for the abolition of slavery into the Constitution and founding documents. They expected subsequent generations to build on this work. That's why we are continuing to have this conversation. When I look at the TCI curriculum, I don't see American exceptionalism. I don't see all the things that we need to see, but as a community, I believe we can come together and we can meet that out. And so if there's a return, because we can, with the curriculum that we've held on to, which is funny, new history, I heard that tonight in the ending comment. I've had so many parents say, oh, it's the older history, it's the standards, it's understanding what we might be losing as Americans. And we have to be sure we're not going for the most slick and what the governor might want. Again, we're gonna hit the standards, but I truly believe if we're gonna utilize TCI, we have not figured out how to put those guardrails in place to talk about the bias and to get additional input from families who have said, even how they speak of the Jewish people or immigration, I don't see a fair and balanced viewpoint. I don't see enough civics. And because my student went through a charter school in elementary, we did go through quite a continuum of all the things with history, world history, American history. And again, it's about minorities, it's about diversity. But at the end of the day, I really feel like this is the best thing to do, to hit pause, not to say we're not gonna have curriculum, we are. And so many teachers I've talked to have said, I don't even use a book. I hit the standards. So my point is, we can do this because it's viable and we haven't talked about it tonight, and then we revisit it. That is what I feel families are asking us to do, and it's what I'm advocating for.
Well, I don't feel like that's what families are asking us to do. That's definitely not what I've heard. And we formed a subcommittee, and we made a decision in that subcommittee, and then we came here and you changed your mind. And that's not how a subcommittee works. The point is that we do the hard work in the subcommittee and do all the details and dig in, and we come back and present to the board. And I don't know why we even had one, because you turned right around days later and changed your mind. All history includes gay rights in the state of California. And when you study the state of California, I don't know how you can accurately discuss it without saying the word gay. I don't know how to do that. In addition, I'm not a teacher, and neither are you, and I mean you are, but what is required of an adoption, which is in Ed Code and in our board policy and in all the regulations, is that a committee is formed made of teachers. The committee is formed made of teachers. And the reason for that is I don't understand as a parent the mechanisms and the pedagogy and the requirements that go into a curriculum. Sure, I have things I'd love to see, engagement, certain things I might not want to see. Those are opinions that parents can share, but we're, as a parent, not the experts on education. We might be experts on our own children, obviously we are, but we're not experts in education, which is why I sent my kids to public school. If I wanted to homeschool them, I would have, but I am not an expert in that area. And in addition, what it does require is for us to give the opportunity for parental and community involvement, not a certain amount of required involvement. It's to provide an opportunity, which we could debate all day. Was it enough opportunity? Was it not? Can we make it better? Absolutely. We can make everything better all the time. I can't imagine we'd get to a point where we say we're done, it's perfect, let's walk away. We're always going to work on it. But in this process, this is where we are today. And we can talk about local control all day. We don't have local control over state funds. We don't. We are a public school. So if we decide to do something that puts our funds in jeopardy or goes against ed code, or we go back to the old outdated curriculum when we know darn well that does not meet the standards, and this was a curriculum adoption year, and we say, you know what, forget it. We're just gonna go with the old stuff. That's not okay. And that's when, just like in any other instance, the governing body of a group would come in and go, actually, we need you to follow these rules. And that's where we fall. We fall under that. We have to follow the rules. And, you know, like the governor or not, he's the one that's the head of the state, and he's the one that's made the statement. So, and my point is, we've heard from 47 teachers. We've had 1,300 families. And you can say they didn't know they were in a pilot or not. You can say that, but we have not had a significant number of complaints. And we can sit here all day and pick apart every single book in this district. Everybody will have a different opinion about what's good, what's not. This sentence is good, this sentence is bad. But we need a curriculum that is robust and good for our kids. And I have not heard enough evidence to prevent us from adopting this curriculum. It's state adopted, hundreds of thousands of kids use it. Parents spoke tonight who love it. Teachers love it. Again, we can debate words all day long, but you know, it's gonna put us under even more scrutiny. We approved another curriculum the exact same night for high school. We had no involvement on that. We had no parental involvement. I'm sure nobody here read that book. What's that?
Secondary curriculum.
Okay, just like this. This was the curriculum committee as well.
There's no elementary curriculum.
Well, 47 teachers, that was the committee. So the point being, it's gonna be hard for us to say that the reason is parental involvement when we have not followed that rule the rest of the year. That this is the one where we've decided. So I have trust and confidence in the teachers. I have trust and confidence in the parents who have their students in this. They have expertise that I do not have. I don't think it's the role of the board to micromanage and read every single word with the intent to pick out what we don't like. We'll be here all day. We all have different things we like and don't like. And as far as truth goes, I mean, I think we might have different versions of truth, Jen, and that's okay. But to say that people are out there lying, no, there was a real risk of not having books. That was a real thing. Luckily, that was solved. However, it's a real risk of not having adequate books. They're not adequate. They're not good enough for our students. They're not good enough for this district. So let's pass TCI.
I heard a lot of people talking about a lot of stuff that is not in this curriculum. I heard people talking about sexualizing. I didn't see anything in any book that talked about sexualizing or pornography or pedophilia or any of the other things that people talked about, and I would be opposed to those things too. Second of all, very interesting, people talk about the governor. Well, people tried to recall the governor, and he was reelected. So when that process worked, that's not good. So let's kind of, be equal about what we're talking about. Third of all, I object to people who are not residents of this community I need to play something that, a little clip. The first person you're going to hear is our governor, who was reelected, not recalled. The second person you're going to hear is a pastor of a local church.
Mr. Schwartz, is this related to the
Yes,
curriculum?
it is.
Excuse me, I'm not asking an audience member. Who was it that said that?
Sending them right back.
Yeah,
Send those books down in very short order. And rest assured, we'll be sending them right back.
Now, I wonder where a person who's not a resident of our community, who was a supporter of 3 of our board members through his Inland Empire PAC, where did he get the authority to say that we are going to send the books back? Who is we? I'd like to know who we is.
I'm going to address that, Mr. Schwartz. All right. Since you brought up the governor, when I reviewed the Social Studies Alive, I noticed that 3rd grade's California Communities Interactive Student Notebook on page 81, it had an assignment that drew attention to the distinction between state government and local government. I noticed the same with the 4th grade textbook on pages 208, 211. The very irony of the books you support, and now I'm referring to Governor Newsom in your tweet on July 13th, where you state, your kids have the freedom to learn. On 212, it reminds you, Governor, that they can indeed learn about this wonderful distinction on government in the modules titled Governing California. Voters elect a school board to run our school district. Notice how it doesn't say the voters elect a governor to run a school board? So I'll remind you, Governor Newsom, of this very important distinction, Governor. You do you up there, and we'll do us down here, parents and patriots down at the local level. I've already instructed the superintendent, if books come from shipping and receiving, to say no, we'll ship them right back. This is not your school district, this is ours. So I'm just addressing that. Since you brought that up, Mr. Schwartz, I have no problem calling out the governor for being a tyrannical governor. I don't care if he's listening to me right now, because I'm addressing him. There is a distinction between state and local government, and this is how we govern here. And I will call, the fact that on Huffington Post or whatever, you both were like, you were for what the governor's doing. Are you for a tyrannical governor trying to impose his force on our district? You don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
I'm for children having adequate textbooks.
Right.
That's what I'm for.
Yeah. But are
That's
you for the governor?
And unfortunately, if someone outside of this community has to make that happen because this board won't do it, that's unfortunate.
So you're for tyrannical rule?
I am
Forget that.
absolutely not for
No.
tyrannical rule.
See, you're not answering the question. I made it very precise.
I am telling you, I am not for tyrannical rule. However, if we break a law and we are not following
we're not
ed
breaking the
code,
law.
and we don't have adequate books, meaning they are outdated and we know it, and we choose not to put in our district a book that is adequate for our students, and that's breaking ed code, then somebody's gonna come down and correct that for us.
All right. Time to call the question. Do I have a second? Unless you want to discuss,
Which
Mr.
are we
Gonzalez.
discussing? Is it TCI?
Yeah, 1 through 5. We've already voted in kindergarten.
What about the existing? Is that a second consideration?
That's
Sorry,
not
is
on
that
the
weird?
agenda. The agenda
Yeah, yeah. So
It is.
it'll be by default. If there's a no, majority of the board say no, then it'll just be a default with what we have.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just want to be clear. I'll be real brief in my comments. I've said I've done way too much talking tonight for my own taste. I'm in favor of moving forward with TCI curriculum at a point. I'm not okay with the amount of parental engagement. I've said it from the beginning. I don't care about the rehearsed talking points that keep getting regurgitated about me using that in some way to further my homophobic viewpoints on the public. It's ridiculous. It's not valid. Anybody who knows me personally will know and understand why. But regardless of any of that, that component needs to be there, and we have not done that. The 12 responses that we got from the 45 pilot parents does not constitute parental involvement. I've been clear that that can't happen until the start of the new year so that we can talk to as many parents as possible and get a lot of feedback from them so that we can make good decisions. In addition, based on some of the things that we've talked about and some of the content that myself and a lot of people in our community find to be inappropriate for that age group, I will be demanding that we come up with policy. I am happy to sit down with teachers, staff, anybody that wants to collaborate on how we enact policy that prohibits the talking and the discussions of sex, sexuality, and sexual orientation with kids below 5th grade. That's what I need to support this curriculum moving forward. Until that point, I am a no.
All right, I'd like to, do we have a motion and a second to approve elementary social science curriculum 1 through 5, social studies alive?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Barclay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay.
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 Nay. Motion not adopted. Please see yourself out. Thank you. Yes, but it's, oh. Okay, so negotiations update. Okay, board comments?
Nope.
That's right, you know what? We do have to go back into close for, actually, no, we can go through this and then closed. Yeah. Okay, we'll do board comments, then we're gonna go back into close for the last 2 items.
We are.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta do. Okay, no comments for Mr. Gonzalez, comments for Mrs. Barclay.
Well, sure. I think tonight is just another example of the divisiveness that is being caused by this board. It's really unfortunate. I think that, speaking for myself, I've been open to working together, and there's just it's not happening. It doesn't work. Logic doesn't work, discussion doesn't work, compromise doesn't work, and it just continues to divide our community. The lawsuits are rolling in, and they're going to keep coming. And we didn't have this problem before. It's going to bankrupt. Well, stop giving reasons. This is what the problem is. This did not happen before.
The same circular file that
we had.
Brown Act violation going into.
Would you give him a yellow
It's
card?
my turn to comment, Danny. If we want to go back to that, we can rehash. Let's rehash it if you want.
Mr. Gonzalez, let Mrs. Barclay. Hey. All right. I'm going to give you one more warning. Everybody's going to go out.
I'm fed up with it too.
Everybody.
You know what? Why don't you give the warning down here?
I'm trying to. Mr. Gonzalez, please let Mrs. Barclay speak. You've refrained from your comments. Just let her speak.
I mean, apparently I shouldn't be stating my opinion. I understand how that works. I don't think we have teachers who support radical ideologies. They're not in our books. I don't think our teachers support pornography or child trafficking or anything of the sort that we've heard here tonight from people who don't belong to this district. If parents want to know what's going on in the schools, the doors are wide open. Those of us who are involved, we know exactly what's going on, and parents are welcomed. I encourage parents. I'm really tired of having to run everything for the cheer program every single year. I would love more parents involved. There are so many opportunities, and can we make more opportunities? Yes. Can we reach out to more of our parents? Yes, and we should be. I am all for it. I'm for logical problem solving. I'm for systems. And what happened is we had a system, it was followed, and it didn't matter at the end of the day. And, you know, I have no power on this board, zero. Everything I say doesn't matter. I recognize that. You three, you're gonna get your way every time. And that's the life you're gonna live for now. Hopefully it's not forever. But I would encourage parents to keep reaching out to all of us. Let us know what you wanna see, because I listen, I hear what parents are saying, and overwhelmingly, parents wanted this curriculum. They want their kids to have the best education. And I'm sad, again, once again, at the end of the board meeting, I'm just sad.
Mr. Schwartz?
I wish we would do something for the children of this district, because since this board has been in power, we have done nothing to improve the education of this district. Not one single thing, except waste a heck of a lot of money on nonsense. I apologize to our staff and our teachers who are so disrespected by this board that we do not recognize their expertise and education. It's a really, really sad state of affairs. And I agree with Allison. We might as well not be here, because every vote goes, yeah, I see, and I also want to say that one of the things that is not allowed in school board meetings is campaigning. And there was a mention of campaigning in this meeting by one of our people, so I'm going to file a formal complaint about that. Good night.
I just want to end by reading you a little bit about AB 1078. It's one of the bills designed to limit the authority and autonomy of school boards. Trustees are elected by constituents in their community as fiduciaries and are bound by law to make the best decisions in educating and protecting kids while upholding parents' rights. If AB 1078 were to become law, it would use bullying techniques to threaten trustees who make good but unpopular decisions for their schools. This is how a democratic republic works. The bill would also levy fines, dox school board members, and seek to remove local control over curriculum decisions if they were to get on the state's bad side for any arbitrary reason. The bill is flatly unconstitutional. It will be challenged in court should the governor sign it. I think the bill is an attack, a direct attack on voters, and parents have a duty to connect with their legislative representatives and remind them that their school boards need to be protected from state control so that they can best provide the best content for their children's education. Change is always hard. Our students will have social studies material this fall, and we are going to continue to work together with all stakeholders. We're going to work hard to make it happen with all of you.
Thank you. So it was a very difficult decision for me. I'd like to thank all the teachers that did pilot it, but it's not about the teachers versus the parents. This sort of tribalism, I just want it to go away. There is a board priority that stresses community, and community means teachers, parents, and get this, Ed Code 60002. Other members of the community. These are non-parents. So it's not just teachers and parents, it's teachers and parents and other members of the community that don't even have kids in the district. But maybe they have a say in how they want their neighbors' kids to be raised. Just saying. So, you know what? You've already gotten a yellow. You are out of here. That's it. Just go. Anybody else? This is our board meeting, not yours. Please see yourself out. Please see yourself out. You can Jerry or Springer yourself right into the parking lot. It's very frustrating when adults break down like this. This is not your meeting. You want to act like a child, you can be like a child in the parking lot.
I don't think we need to start name calling
You
here,
know what,
Joe.
Mrs. Barclay?
I mean, you're name
This is-
calling now.
You're not the
just
board
same.
president. You are not running the meeting. It's my call. She's out. Now we're going to govern.
I'm not arguing about that.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
saying
what?
you're name calling
That's
her,
it.
just like you've asked people not to name
So
call.
I'd like to finish my comment because I get interrupted by the public, and now I'm being interrupted by you. Thank you. What crystallized for me is this ed code is that we need proper teacher involvement. Yes, we had it. We want better parental involvement. We pulled the e-brake on the district. As much as I like to speed ahead, we're not speeding ahead. Now we've got the attention of the district. This is what we want. We want better parental involvement with other members of the community, which is often so overlooked. So with that being said, I yield the floor, and now we're into superintendent comments.
So I'm actually going to keep my comments pretty short, but there are some people that I want to thank. I want to first start with thanking all of our individuals for being on subcommittees and really trying to resolve not only the parent input piece, but as well as working. Our teachers have worked really hard on trying to come together in subcommittees and work together to get to a consensus. I would like to have one point of clarification because I wasn't able to get a word in edgewise, but I want to be very clear about this. If we are to receive textbooks from the governor, it actually takes an agendized item and a board majority to make a determine that those textbooks need to be sent back. That is an action that would need to be agendized. So I want to clarify that point. But I do want to kind of give a reach out and kind of shout out to our centralized enrollment staff who have been working long and hard all summer long. While many people are off enjoying their summer, they have been working. I will speak to the parents who I know are probably not up at about 12:20 at night, but if you are a parent and want to enroll your child in our district, now's the time. We want to kind of get your children enrolled. We want to get them rolling so that they are able to start school with us on August 14th. We have had a lot happening in facilities, maintenance, and operations. Pava Valley and Margarita have been fully painted. Our facilities department continues to make significant progress on the science buildings at Chaparral High School, as well as the Vintage Hills modernization and the Phase 2 of Summit. Lastly, we're starting to see our school administrators kind of trickling back into work this week, so welcome back to all of them. We hope our staff has had a wonderful and truly relaxing and memorable summer. But we're all starting to gear up for the 2023-24 school year. We're ready to invite over 26,000 students back to school in simply just 18 days. Well, actually, now it's 17 days since we've crossed the midnight mark. We're excited to hear the hum of our students back on campus. We're excited to have our teachers and administrators back on campus. And as always, as I always kind of close this out, a thank you to our deputies and our campus supervisors for being here tonight. We truly appreciate you.
Future agenda items. Staff will present information on the following agenda items for the next regular board meeting on August 22nd, 2023. Opening school report. No, just read it off then. Okay. Staff development annual review, athletic and co-curricular report. Okay, so none of these are going to be, okay. Then we're going into closed session. Okay, we're doing a report out of what we voted on in closed session. Do we have live feed? Okay, good. Okay, Ms. Wiersma.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to deny the claim for damages for KM dated 6/15/23. The vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to deny the claim for damages for JS dated 6/21/23. The vote was 4-0 with one abstaining. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Gonzalez to ratify the approval of the claim settlement payment to TS for the loss dated January 10th, 2023. The vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Gonzalez to deny the claim for damages for UFCC received on June 26, 2023. The vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to approve the compromise and release agreement for combined case numbers OAH 202-305-4020/2023-060617, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to provide authority to settle case number CVSW 220-2306, and the vote was 5-0.
Okay, announcement of the next meeting. Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for August 22nd, 2023. The meeting is adjourned Tuesday, July 18, 2023 at 12:40 p.m. Oh, that is right. 12:41 a.m.